Right, welcome everybody to the stream. How are you all doing? Me, myself, and yesterday we had an orienteering event where you basically get a map with some checkpoints on it. You determine your own route, and then in 4 hours time you have to collect as many of those checkpoints as possible. So I am aching all over today. We'll see how long we can take it. I'm planning to stream for a long time today, 8 hours at least, but we'll see how long I can keep my eyes open. Basically, it should be a productive stream. As you can see, we are researching only technologies straight on the way to rocket silo, like promised. I've lightened up the load a little bit in the tech screen, eased off the prerequisites a little bit for the thrusters technology. Only atomic bomb is now in the prerequisite list, so that way we can see a little bit more what is going on and what is a prerequisite for what. In a normal game, we're not going to be affected by this anytime soon. But yeah, basically our spaceship works on the Orion drive, which means we need to throw atomic bombs out of the back and ride the shockwave. That was the idea. That's also why we are now researching laser. We kinda experimented a little bit with it in editor mode last time, and we think now we can actually take on the maximum evolution biters, at least the nearby nest, which don't have too many behemoth worms. So we are able to claim some more resources. We are able to claim at least as many resources as the research of these technologies over here require. Catch is we don't have military science. Well, we do have a couple packs in the labs here and there, just to make it look pretty. You know, it looks a bit worse if there's a gap in the labs over there. So we put some in. The remainders from the flamethrower research. But we're going to have to set up actual military science, which is about the same size as blue science. So just for comparison's sake, these are the blue science assemblers. Those are bigger than what military needs to be. This is engines, which feeds off of 9 belts of resources. We've got red ships, which feed off of 10.5 belt of resources, if I remember correct. 7.5 copper, 3 iron. Then we got sulfur, which is basically this. Sulfur is tiny. So yeah, another 20 to 25 bells of stuff from military science or so, if we choose to set up 900 or 1000 SPM, so to say. Of course, we've got a nice 1000 SPM base going. So ideally, I would like to go straight from military science, but I do think we need to address some issues in the base. The first one being our oil tanks are just starting to deplete. Not directly a problem, but we should at least connect one more oil source. Maybe this juicy one down here. I also want to bring some more ore into the base from afar, if I can. So I don't rely on my home mines so much, because those are just running out pretty fast. Like this one is running out. The 2 major ones for green science have all but run out. There's one over here, one over here. You can see by the bells, this was a glorious mine in the olden days. Even the backup mine is starting to run dry. Basically, this is the amount of ore that was supposed to be 5.5 belts before they ran out. So now we're just supplementing that over here. It would be nice to hook up some more distant ore, like we can get half belt off of here apparently, and I think we can also get some copper off of here. We can maybe even get some iron off of this patch, believe it or not. I just checked around a little bit. A little sliver off of this, just a couple miners on each patch, but that brings in a lot of altogether. That will bring in a lot of iron. Another mine here where we can take some slivers. If we look at the chunks, this is not that great, but there's a forested chunk in between where we can mine. Maybe we can mine off of this one. Yeah, if we mine off of this chunk, it is 1, 2, 3 chunks for the pollution to reach the biters. There is no forest in these chunks though, so that's only going to be like 1 or 2 mining drills. Here, surprisingly, if we look, this biter base is in the right chunk, this spitter base is in the southern chunk, which means that this chunk over here does not contain biter bases. So even though it looks like it's literally almost on the iron patch, it's actually not. And if we mine from this chunk over here, again, it's 1, 2, 3 chunks for the pollution to reach any of the biter bases. We can probably put a couple miners on there as well. Same for here. Here we got a nice... Here we don't have that benefit. There are biter bases in these chunks. But if we put miners in this chunk over here, this one is forested, so that blocks a bunch of the pollution. Maybe we can get a couple miners on there as well. Maybe together we can scrape a full belt of iron out of these patches still. Also, this one, which is our only red science belt, is starting to run dry a little bit. There are only 72 minus 6, 66 miners remaining or so. We need about 58, so yeah, not great. Did you find 12 bajillion tons of copper? Not quite yet. We did find Ben the fish though. It took 180 hours, but he's here. We accidentally fished up our first fish with the construction bots and decided to bring him home into this special, beautiful little pond. Yeah, I'm not... Yellow science automation is basically 3 times as large as even blue science, so I'm not really sure how that's gonna go. Have you thought about using poison capsules for worms? I think the behemoth biters and spitters are too strong for me to safely throw poison capsules around, and also the behemoth worms have 48 range, so I'm not sure I can even get close enough to reliably damage the worms. Also, the behemoth worms have 3000 hit points, so it's gonna take a while before they die to poison. This is a great track. Should remember that. This is this is Fulgora 8, I think. Fulgora 7, almost. I think I used this track in the opening of the new episode. It's not, yeah, I noticed something weird. Here the science tends to round down, so if it's for a moment, like, you know, it goes up and down, but it shakes a bit while productivity bonus trigger and whatnot, so... But the moment it drops 499.99999, it will display 499, whereas the science counter in here, I cannot show that now, because we just switched science. But here, the actual save game, this will also display 999 often. But if we look over here, we see basically 60,000 in the last hour, flat out. So that's a true 1000 signs per minute now. But this tends to round down every time it probably it oscillates like between 999 and a half and then 1000 and a half, something like that. So it just flickers up and down. So yeah, last time we upgraded to a true 1000 signs per minute base by simply after productivity moduling most of the stuff, or almost basically all of the stuff we could for science. We now produce more than 1 belt of gears out of these 2 belts of iron. So we upgraded to red belts. And now all of our labs are constantly running, whereas before 4 of the labs were not running, which led to our 992 true signs per minute with only brief spurts of 1000 whenever I took a small break. Now that's no longer the case. We should be at 1000 flat for the rest of the game basically, as long as we manage to ferry enough ore into the smelteries and stuff. So we gotta keep an eye on that. Right. Do you have a spreadsheet? Yeah, I put every technology in the game in the spreadsheet just to see if the prerequisite thing was possible to get to. Where is it? So I cannot find it. That's what the search function is for. I put every technology in the game in there just to calculate how much science it would take to do the entire Norwegian tech tree before going to space, or before getting off of the planet at least. Turns out that's about... forgot exactly how much it was. I haven't got it in Excel. Somewhere between 3 and 5 times the amount of resources we needed to get off of the planet in a beeline. And that again times 3 if you also want to do all the countable technologies like braking speed 7 and all that kind of nonsense to keep you busy. Right, let's have a look at what the plan is for today. Like I said, the long short-term goal, I guess mid-term goal, is then to get military science up so we can actually start researching the laser stuff. That's going to be a reasonably high priority because we ideally would like to research a couple of these technologies, and that way we can start clearing up some bases just outside of the pollution cloud, so we can make more pollution as well. We can do more stuff in the base if we can have a larger pollution cloud. After we research that, we can then just continue again, probably with the rest of the prerequisites for rocket silo. So let's know what we still need. I think this is all 4 technologies for rocket silo. Once we get rocket silo, we can get to space, and then we can continue with the more heavy hitting technologies for laser turrets while we set up shop in space. So that way we can always be busy with something while the tech is progressing towards the next goal. So our first goal is to get up military science while getting mining productivity, I suppose. Then we're gonna go laser turret research while we set up, basically while we prepare for laser assaults, and probably fix some stuff around the base. Then once that completes, we can start doing biter extermination a bit, while these techs complete for... and as soon as these prerequisites complete, we can switch over from nearby biter extermination to building, basically automating rocket launches, I suppose. We need to set up a lot of stuff for that. That's all gonna have, everything is gonna have its own mining patches and own smelteries. Everything is gonna be a dedicated setup, I feel like, in this playthrough, as we have been doing with science. Not really sure how to calculate how many rockets per minute I would need, something like that. And then when this is complete, we can start setting up shop in space while researching more laser damage. And then when we're done with that, we can basically take on whatever biter base we want on the map while we are researching a bunch of space science, right? I think that's the long-term plan. Short-term plan, let's first take a look at... I need to be researching a 30-second technology though. So let's again go here. One more time, just a final preparation just to catch up what we were doing. So let's change for a 30-second technology. Even substation is 45 already, just 45. Do we still have? There are no more blue technologies available. except this one. This is the only 30-second technology apparently, so let's queue up that. So the labs keep doing the same things. Let's have a look. This is red science with the OG stone furnaces. We downgraded from steel furnaces again just for the nostalgia factor. So thanks to the productivity bonuses, we do not need absolutely full bells of ore again, so these are stuttering a little bit, which is good. This iron, I think we should maybe label our patches. That means I need to be in the actual game. I think this is exclusively coming from... Such long belts in this playthrough, man. Yes, exclusively coming from this super distant mine over here. So that probably needs a little bit of backup iron ore security, because this was barely enough mining drills. Also, it unpowers during the night because we don't have accumulators. So we want to add some iron to red signs. Let me make a note. Iron to red signs. Let's also check the copper. Where's the copper coming from? Yeah, I really should make labels so I know this information just from the map. It goes over here. That's going to be a bit hard. There's this belt. There's a separate, entirely separate line. This one in the middle goes down. So switch to half speed. Alright, we are sideloading 2 belts here, then I remember which one they are. It is this copper patch over here. Okay, that is not gonna run out anytime soon. And it's this copper patch over here. Those are both supplying for red signs. So that's gonna be fine. We don't need additional copper for red signs. We do need additional iron for red signs. Let's quickly check out green signs. 5.5 belts of iron. We already looked at that in the intro. Barely anything on here. We are... As for the moment, we have like 1, 2, and 3 backup mining patches for that. This one is a little bit dangerous with pollution here, so we cannot really use this one too much unless we change quality out for efficiency. So I think it's also good to get some iron for green signs off of the back of here. So some iron for red signs and iron for green signs, ideally. We can just mix iron for red signs in with these belts with a priority splitter on its own belts. And send the rest over to the back of here. Maybe just put it in here. And then it will go on these belts towards green signs. Alright. And I think we do not need to worry about blue signs, funnily enough. We already made backup mines for all of the blue signs ingredients last time. So this is copper, it is kind of depleted, this should all be full. But we build a new mine over here, which is barely moving. So as long as this is not really moving, we are good. Same for iron for red chips. That should be good. We have supplemented this mining drill. Past the medium johnnies in the forest over here with another 2 lines of iron down here, which are not active. Still 1000 signs a minute. What's the status for red chips? Red chips we did. What's the status for engines? Steel should be good. We've got... This is steel. We need 5 belts of iron. And we've got way more than 150 drills here. 250, so that's gonna be good for a while. And last time we also made our backup mine for gears and pipes for the engines. So engines is also gonna be safe. We don't need any new resources for blue signs anytime soon. Except for oil, probably. That is running down. I remember we were at an like 11k per minute deficit. yeah, 11k per minute oil deficit at the moment. We have basically flatlined again. So more iron for red and green signs and potentially some new oil. That is what we need to do before we start messing about with military signs. The other thing which we're probably gonna do even faster is gonna be cleaning this up. We are done with making uncommon mining drills. We have made a whopping 23,997 uncommon mining drills. We're gonna go to 24,000 and then we're just gonna stop it. The rest of the rare mining drills we're just gonna make from rare resources directly. I got a new plan for my uncommon plates. It's in the title of the stream. It's gonna be batteries. I thought a bit about it. We tested the laser stuff out with like this blueprint, which worked fine. But we're also gonna lose a lot of turrets, we're gonna lose a lot of bots. So I want to make bots and turrets not of rare quality, but rather uncommon quality. We're gonna have, that's basically a throwaway resource. Basically a byproduct of making rare products is just getting the uncommon ones. You know what, let's update the blueprint, now we read it. Gotta fix that as well then. We're gonna keep the uncommon power pole though, because we are using that as a micro substation basically. Funnily enough, these things have like a substation like supply area instead of just retaining the minimum. So yeah, these things require a ton of batteries, also a ton of steel. And a ton of green chips. We already have a ton of steel in Mark II quality. We already have a ton of green chips in Mark II quality. So we need batteries in Mark II qualities to match that. And we don't have any like Mark III quality green chips at all. So uncommon it is, I suppose. And the other reason we need batteries is accumulators. The laser turrets are gonna be very power spiky. So we want to make accumulators. If we check the power network, this is during the day, during the night the maximum power halves as the solar panels switch off. And then we cannot really afford to spike like hundreds of megawatts at a time. So we're gonna need to have a large accumulator field to just catch those spikes in laser turret assault. Which basically means the rest of the book. Which basically means we need accumulators. I wasn't gonna make uncommon accumulators at first until I noticed this doesn't go up by 30% and 60% and so on. It doubles. So there are basically two accumulators in one for uncommon. So I'm set up uncommon batteries for those as well, and then just roll rare ones. Use all the uncommon ones on Norvies and the rare ones on spaceships or whatnot. That's probably a good idea. The max input and output scales normally with 30% bonus per level, but the energy capacity has 100% bonus per level, so that's kind of huge. And we have plenty of uncommon iron and uncommon copper anyway. At least we will have it once we stop wasting it on these uncommon mining drills. Those are the plans for today. Yeah, quality accumulators are definitely incredibly good. So yeah, thanks BSG Wiki. I didn't hear the ch sound, I see it now. Thanks for the 9-month subscription. Can't wait to see it in YouTube in 2027. I'm catching up, I promise. There's gonna be like 2 normal episodes, and then 1 episode is gonna cover like 50 hours or so. At least that's the plan. Viewers of the stream will know which 50 hours will be covered in a single episode. So those are the plans then. More resources for red signs, more oil, and probably first set up uncommon batteries, because these chests will now fill up quite quickly. Yeah, I think we're ready then. Let's get started. We can delete the intro screen thing. We just continue with the end of the stream save. $182 hours. To be honest, the first 90 hours was mostly vital management stuff, resource acquisition and security. Right, I just made a plan, now we just need to follow it. Not my strong suit. Making plans is my strong suit, following them not so much. What are we gonna start with? This is already idle, so let's start remodeling this area, and perhaps we set up uncommon batteries with the resources that are coming in. The problem with that is that we need gonna need copper and iron in basically a 1-to-1 ratio, almost, not quite. No, we're gonna need it in a 1-to-1 ratio because the sulfuric acid doesn't have quality. We can make that with normal iron. So yeah, the problem is, of course, we are not really producing iron and copper at a 1-to-1 ratio. The early science packs require way more iron than copper. So we are bringing in way more iron than copper. This is 2 iron, 1 copper. And this is 5.5 iron with 1.5 copper. So at least 70 to 75% iron. On top of that, not all of my copper mines are quality mines. Maybe I should try to qualitate at least this mining patch or something, and just leech off some quality copper ore, bring that to the base as well. I'm not sure I can do that here. It's probably gonna pollute those biters. I will be able to do that though, as soon as I get my damage upgrades in. Let's pause research real quick, because this is a milestone. We're gonna switch on the next 2 lab rows, which have been blocked off. There we go. Science now flows into all these labs as well. I'm just gonna let it go to the end, so we can continue our 1000 science streak. So we're gonna let all of that fill up. It's gonna take a while. Meanwhile, what kind of plans? What kind of amounts of uncommon batteries would I need? I should bring some stuff at least. Let's bring some pipes. We're gonna need to do some pipe management stuff, I suppose. We've got a ton of pipes over here as well. These things, some assemblers. I think we've got enough. Some modules. We're gonna go quality. Let's bring these for now, and some normal ones. We'll probably make the highest quality tier, just so if we set up uncommon batteries, but we have quality modules on there, we'll automatically get rare batteries for personal usage, like more construction bots or something, which are probably gonna get demolished. I cannot really think of anything else at the moment. Some inserters perhaps. Power lines. I don't think we're gonna need fluid tanks. We're just gonna go live production. We still have pumps, I think, 16. Let's grab half a stack. I'm also gonna grab some pump jacks to remind myself I need to do new oil stuff. Mining drills. I don't have any mining drills anymore, so I'm reliant on the whatever is in there. If I want to set up more ore patches, which I do want to do. Right, so this entire thing probably has to go then. I'm gonna give this thing the honor of finishing the last 3 mining drills. Let me check one more time. 23,997. We produced 2,000 normal ones. We're gonna produce 24,000 uncommon ones, and the rest is gonna be rare. We probably will need another high hundreds of drills still to set up military signs, so that's gonna be expensive. We need to produce 3 more. So that is 30 of those. And then the rest is going to be gears. Which I just switched off. I suppose I gotta take these out. Alright, last ones. I said. Last one, the final one. I am literally 1 gear short. Alright, no luck for us. That should complete our quest for round numbers. The most important part of Factorio is that everything is produced in exact quantities. 24,000 uncommon mining drills. That netted us 1,736 rare ones, not only from disassembler, but also from disassembler over here. Let's quickly interrupt all bells going out. I think I'm just gonna let my bots figure this out. Just throw away some stuff. $27 more. We've got 70 rare mining drills remaining. The rest has been placed. Right. I want to catch all the assemblers in here at least. Bye-bye, I think. 24k uncommon mining drills. Bye. Mining drill maker. That thing has been active for quite a while. This machine has produced 24,778 mining drills. Probably 24,000 of those were the uncommon ones. 778 rare ones. Is that 3%? I am not sure. That's about 3.2%, right? Let's see, 24,000. So 240 is 1%, 720 is 3%. And we've got 778, so that's almost exactly 3.2% quality products. 778 out of 24,000. We gotta figure that out. How close was this? 24,778, so 778 out of 24,778. How close is this to 3.2%? We will never know. Or will we? Yes, we will. Let's go 6 decimal places because we are professionals. More hotbars. More hotbars is more professional. More digits on your calculator is more professional. Let's do it again. There we go. We were slightly unlucky then. Slightly unlucky. Slightly lower than 3.2%. 3.14%. We got pi%. Pi% rare mining drills out of that machine. And we should have gotten or like the expected value was 24,778 divided by, sorry, no, multiplied by 0.032. We should have gotten 793, so we're about 15 short of what we should have gotten. To be honest, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the rare models were in here all the time. That's pretty close. Law of large numbers never disappoints. I don't see any research going. Alright, that's because I got sidetracked. What else is new? Alright, before I got sidetracked I made a save, so let's at least go back to that save point so everything doesn't idle for too long. So we're gonna go here, another big one. This one, that means 500 minutes of research, during which we need to set up military signs and do some of the other tasks we outlined at the beginning of the stream. Let's also do this properly. That's a lot of labs. There we go. 1008 labs active with a 60-second per sign spec technology. Should amount to exactly 1000 signs per minute for the entire duration of this technology. We'll check that at the end. This is going to go up quite a bit. Now we've got some idle machinery because everything backed up a bit. So we'll check in with the power. It's probably going to go over 360 megawatts. And this is going to shoot up to 1K. I was getting too excited about producing 5% rare mining drills, where I should have gotten 3.2% instead of 3.14. Anyway, I think I should make a deconstruction planner which excludes chests, or the bots will never finish. Blacklist. We've got the personal bots on. That's the end of the mining drill facility. Here we go. $200 bots in your... That was unheard of in the Factorio 1.1 days to get this bot efficiency with Mark 1 Robopods and a simple power armor. Thanks the Enclave for the subscription. Alright, all of that's gone. We've got some extra stuff in here. I suppose this should go back in here. We'll just stash this in here for now. We're gonna also have to redesign that area. I probably just want to get rid of this of all of these chests as well. Or do I? We'll see what we can do. I kinda want to not interrupt this. I think we're just gonna build like just a large storage area for now. Alright, let's first throw the mining drills in here. That is a lot of mining drills. But hey, at least I didn't make it from... I didn't try to gamble for rare ones from the common ingredients. That has saved me a lot of... that has saved me like a factor 10 of resources or so. Alright, 3 are missing. They are in my inventory. There we go. That is 10 full chests of uncommon mining drills. Guess those will stay there as a reminder. Problem is, if this ore starts backing up, it will start blocking the throughput, so I don't think I'm ever gonna need more smelteries than this. We're not even using half of them. And we could upgrade the quality of the furnaces if we need to speed up. So I think we're just gonna... Not really sure how to do this. I want to be able to filter out the uncommon ones, I think. If I want to set up batteries from sulfuric acid and all that fully automated. So we could actually wire something up to a belt, which says basically only put it into a chest. We don't need circuit network for that, right? We can just do that. We can just read the belt, hold only this tile. Then we can say only if there's less than... brainstorm a bit. Only if there's less than... No, only if there is 8 copper on that belt. Only if this belt is backed up, basically, then you should function. I think that should work. Now it's disabled. Okay, now there are 7 pieces on there. It's still disabled. Here comes the 8th one. Okay, now it's waiting for source items, so now it works. But if this flows on again, it is not working. So that way I don't need to filter off the plates. I just need to read one belt tile and hook up the inserters, I suppose. I think I would rather just put the robot was off. Okay, how does this look? That could be like this. We could do an underground belt here. We could then do this. Alright, and we could mirror that on the copper side. I'm not really sure how much space I would need. That could be storage for rare plates. Probably I would like to at least double that. Maybe I can just double iron because we have more iron incoming than copper. Just do it on that side as well. Probably have at least twice as much iron incoming compared to copper, so that is a safe bet. Is that enough storage, or do I want to double that? Probably want to double that. Maybe it's alright. Yeah, I probably will empty this out every now and then. This is not gonna fill up that quick. How much are we producing anyway? Rare stuff. Okay, we have produced 62k in the entire game. In the last 10 hours, 12k. Okay, so that is at like 25 hours of storage capacity at least. Probably more, since we're losing more and more quality miners and replacing them with efficiency miners from far away. Because we cannot make that quality over here, it will pollute the biters. That's probably fine. We can even upgrade the chest to rare quality or something to increase storage. Okay, that's gonna be fine. That's gonna be fine. So let's get rid of those. Basically this is gonna go. That was the old coal storage thing. We're gonna get rid of that. I think we're just gonna keep the belt in there. Alright. Two chests worth of rare coal. I'm not sure what we're gonna do with the rest. But all of this has to disappear down here. Ah no, that's not true. Welcome to Chest Organizer 2000. Nothing out of the ordinary yet today. Starting the stream? No. Which chest is not full? All of them are full. Just get it out of the way a little bit. All right. It. And temporarily, maybe I'll do this. That's just gonna grab all the Mark II stuff. Then we can get rid of all of this. Just do not want to interrupt production. Let's store that guy somewhere because he's got the circuit condition set. Was that not a critical connection? It was not. Alright, this can then eventually come back on this side. Same for over here. So we can just stack a couple of those. Ideally we should stack 9 of those, I suppose. But we're not going to do all of that. Now we gotta get rid, you guessed it, of this stuff. I think we'll also wire all these chests together so we can mouse over. We can mouse overheat on the power lines. I'll also connect those so it's a bit more clear from the map view. Everything is now interconnected. We've got 13k uncommons, 10k uncommons, and 5 and 1k rare ones in there. Thanks Wonky John for the Prime subscription. Bitrate, let me check if there are some issues. At the moment is fine. Where is the graph? No dropped frames. It's a bit unstable, but it's high unstable. It doesn't dip low apparently. Right back to the game. This asks for some more lights, I suppose. Let's just prepare this area for when we are no longer making batteries. We're basically gonna need to grab a bunch of chests and inserters. How high can we go? About as high as the furnace stack, I suppose. It is about this high. That's maybe a little bit less so we can do some belt routing here or something. Alright, what are we missing? 79 chests. Right. Do we still have some? Yes, but also no. Better now? Alright. Yeah, maybe there was a slight dip. Man, all the labs are active now. Get sidetracked again. Look at that, man. Everything hand built before I had bots. Every single inserter, all the 1008 labs, all the assemblers, everything is hand built here. Are we already using a lot of power? We're already up to 380-ish megawatts. We came for the chests. So let's grab them. Need to make some more. Nobody ever died handcrafting 200 chests, I suppose. Science piercer. Well, the bots are still a bit slow, I'm already here. But they get the job done. Alright, so this basically won't back up ever. Well, not never, but not for a long time. It was kinda good doing the quality stuff with the Fulgora track playing on the background. Suiting track for this. Suitable track for this. Right. I think we're then prepared to do... Are we prepared to do batteries then? I think we are. Now we'll just flip that around. That's all. The rest goes back. New storage system is maybe a bit big of a word, but it's something. 8 hours remaining, we already spent. I don't know exactly how much. 20 minutes? If still not doing any military signs. I missed the joke, Jeroen. But yeah, in engineer's language, pi% is 3.2%, I suppose. If not 3 flat out. Right. So, then we want batteries. How many do we want? Yes, a lot. Alright. So common wisdom says you need something like, what was it again? 0.70 something. 0.7 accumulator per solar panel or something. I remember a solar panel did 42 kilowatts on average, so it's about... that doesn't have anything to do with... Oh no, wait, the ratio was 0.84, right? Yeah, 0.84, 5 to 6. But we are not really... We don't really want... do we want? Do we want to run on solar indefinitely? Maybe we do want to run on solar indefinitely. We can use the steam power for... We can use the steam plant for the power spikes and just build a normal accumulator amount to run on solar. And then when we use laser, we will be using the steam as a backup. That actually might be a good idea. We can get rid of the steam pollution for forever. It's not the highest in the list, but it is significant. So maybe we do that. We can also just overbuild accumulators though. Like if we build 10,000 accumulators, we can just build 10,000 solar panels and 10,000 accumulators. Just to annoy any Factorio veterans who join the stream later on. And then we could still use steam power as a backup for the extreme spikes. Or if the accumulators run out during the night. We only need 5,000 accumulators with 10,000 solar panels if we go uncommon. We might just go 10,000 uncommon accumulators, just be safe. The later laser fights are going to be very big, I think. It's going to draw a lot of power. We're also going to need more power to run military signs as well. So maybe 10k, 10k. Let's go 10k accumulators. That is a lot of accumulators though. It is 5... Oh, I thought it was 5 iron plates and 2 batteries, but it's the other way around. Okay, that's 50,000 batteries. That's a lot of batteries. We've barely got anything. Alright, about laser turrets. Those are 12 batteries a pop. If I want 1,000 laser turrets, that's 12k batteries. If I want 2,000, that's 24k batteries. Okay, it's about the same ballpark. So 24k batteries. That's not the same ballpark, is it? could start off with like 50,000 uncommon batteries. 25k for 5,000 accumulators, 24k for 2,000 laser turrets. Let's just try to collect 75k. How long will that take me? That is a long time. 20k per 10 hours. So that's 30 hours of production. Ooh. Hey, you can see we are gathering iron at a 4-to-1 ratio compared to copper, apparently. At least for the uncommon ones. That is because I have to somehow up my copper plate production then. The rare copper plate production. Yeah, we're just gonna start making them. I thought I should limit the chest, but it's gonna be slow. We don't really need to limit the chests, I feel. Okay, then we need to get into how big of a battery setup do we even want to make. Right, battery. 4-second crafting time per battery. These things have crafting speed 1. So they make a quarter of a battery a second. Okay, let's say if we need to get this amount of batteries in a reasonable amount of time. Let's say 10 hours. That's 36,000 seconds. That is approximately 2 batteries a second, which means we would need 8 of these. This tag is going to take 8 hours by itself, and then we still need to research, assuming we have military science up, we still need to research laser turrets. 150k. That is another 2.5 hours. So I think 10 hours is okay. So if we want to produce 2 a second, I would need 8 of these. These things consume 5 sulfuric acid per second a pop. So that's 40 sulfuric acid a second. This thing produces 50 sulfuric acid a second if it gets 5 sulfur. This produces 2 sulfur a second, 4 sulfur a second. So if we produce 4 sulfur a second, this thing produces only 40 sulfuric acid, right? That's exactly how much we need for this amount of batteries. We're gonna put quality in there though, so it's gonna run slower. It's gonna run at only 0.85% speed. So 0.85. What if we use uncommons? 1.10. So if we use uncommon for everything, they run effectively at crafting speed 1.1. Then we do need to make this uncommon as well. We will be overproducing a bit then because we won't have quality. Do we have a need for quality sulfur at all? What can we make from sulfur? This does not have quality. I guess theoretically you could make quality coal from quality sulfur, but that's a bit the opposite world. Quality explosives, quality science packs. What do quality explosives do? They go into quality ammo, which we probably are gonna use never. Quality cliff explosives, is that a thing? Bigger range, slightly. Okay, quality sulfur is not a thing. So just make this uncommon as well. Everything uncommon, we're gonna need 11 uncommon plants. And ideally we're gonna need 24 super expensive quality modules, right? To make the maximum amount of quality batteries. Batteries are used in a lot of things, I think. They're used in bot frames, roboports, laser turrets, personal batteries. Not that many. Okay, so maybe I do not need quality batteries then. I would just be throwing away batteries. I do not want to mix up my laser turrets. That is not easy blueprintable. Maybe we just go efficiency modules then. What is a reason for quality batteries? Oh, these things maybe. Those might be a prerequisite for important things. Lightning collector, science pack, Tesla ammo, the mech armor, 50 super capacitors. Okay, so this is basically just super capacitors are just expensive batteries, also for personal equipment. Mech armor, okay, but I will only need 50 super capacitors. That is not a lot. That is 50 batteries. Right, we can basically make all rare batteries on demand then. That is not a problem at all. Right, we can just go efficiency in here then. It means we do not need uncommons. We can just use this setup which we designed originally. It's also going to make it a bit more power efficient. This is a new mod. I saw it in a video. Somebody posted a video with like nice mods to have, and calculator UI was one of them. So if you look here, calculator UI gives you this symbol and the calculator, which you can just bring up. I used to go to my browser and switch over the screen, but you know, this kind of makes sense to have in the game for me. I am allowed to use laser turrets offensively, only not defensively. It's basically to create more space, claim more resources. We already figured out we can very likely take on all of these nests over here. And this iron, and this copper together is more than enough resource gain to justify the cost of going laser turret, as well as it will give me extra safety. A biter expansion will no longer end the run. Right now, a biter expansion could happen inside here. It would be the end. It would be the end. That's basically it. If I don't stop the expansion from happening, it will be impossible for me at this stage of the game to neutralize that base. So if I get laser turrets, we can guarantee the continuation of the playthrough, basically. 9. Okay, we need to figure out a setup. Right. Then we just mirror this. There's really nothing complicated about it, right? Sulfuric acid needs iron plates, regular iron plates. Alright, I forgot to set the recipe to uncommon battery. Now I kinda want to build 9 to match this build. That means we would need more sulfur though. One of those could be uncommon then. Alright, we'll make 9. We're gonna have sulfuric acid coming in from somewhere. For the rest we just need to connect it like normal persons do. Oh, we are getting close to the Johnnies again, of course. Inserters, these things, a quarter a second. So even slow inserters should be able to easily keep up. Oh, we might make it a bit cleaner. Take stuff in, put stuff out. In, out. And I suppose we have space for the power lines here then. Let's place those by hand because the bots always mess up the wiring. And then we just need to connect sulfuric acid. That's it, right? We need to get petroleum gas and water over here though. Petroleum gas we've got right here at the plastics. That's easy enough. Where is water? Water is here. So we gotta pipe water to here somehow. This creates 2 a second, so I'm gonna need 2 inserters on each of those. Something like this. I think this will be nicer for how the stuff is gonna connect. Oh wait, I need the 1 tile gap in there for the connection, unless that's annoying. Oh no, wait, we don't. What am I saying? This is a thing now. Completely forgot about that. So we can do something ugly like this. That would work. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to be yet, but that's fine. Let me place these by hand, so the bots don't shoot my Johnnies. The Johnnies don't shoot my bots. Okay, and then probably I want to build this entire thing a bit closer. I can actually just build it against the back. I forgot about the Johnnies. Looks a bit weird. Let's keep it 2 tiles off, so the shadows don't go on the belt there. This guy is shot twice without actually shooting. He's out of juice, apparently. Alright. Alright, and of course, very important, this guy also needs to take iron. For the sulfuric acid, but there's gotta be regular iron. Can I make quality sulfuric acid? I could make I need quality sulfur as well though. I thought fluids didn't have quality. Alright, never mind. Yeah, we're gonna have a separate, we're gonna need some separate iron coming this way then. Where am I gonna take that from? I'm just gonna grab some of this. We're gonna smelt it with steel furnaces, I suppose. It won't kill me If I just leech a bit off of here. So let's make this look normal. Ish. I think we're gonna grab a rare power line. For that one. Maybe we can connect it to the chest stuff over here. We'll see. These just go into chests then. So should I just put them directly into chests instead of having the output bells? Maybe I should do that. We want 75k. A chest hold. A battery stacked to 200, right? Yeah, stack size 200. So a chest can fit almost 10k. So that's 90k batteries. All right, we can just put it in a chest directly. Right. That is the first step. Now we need to get the water and petroleum gas in here. Oh wait, petroleum gas is all the way over here. Okay, we might just go out to the left then. Okay, where's water gonna come in then? Water has to connect to here, and that's all. Alright. Suppose we'll bring water out next to petroleum gas here, so there's going to be a double pipe. Water go up here then. The petroleum gas on the bottom. Fine. Not fine. Because the water has to go here as well. Something like that then. That should be petroleum gas. It's not. Now it is. think we'll save that until we've got the water over as well. There's water, water, water. We gotta... suppose offset that a little. I think we probably should redo this entire pipeline at some point. Where's water though? For now it doesn't really matter. Water is here. Can I just bring that out? Kinda can. Especially if this would just output in chest directly. Water is gonna be... I think water is gonna... here. Through the steel line. Why not? There has been not enough belt and pipe weaving in this playthrough. There we go. Water. The pipeline is too long. Are you kidding me? 370 of 320. Alright then. Pump it is. Yeah, the worms are the pets, that's true. You can make quality fluids, but no recipe requires it. Oh, it's like that then, huh? Why not 2000 times science multiplier? 1000 is the max. You can put bigger numbers in the settings, but it just caps out at 1000. Which is a good thing. I think 1000 is about on the limit of what is possible, really. Don't nerd snipe me. Don't do it. Okay, for now, I'm just gonna do this. Maybe I'll just leave it like this. Do batteries need lights? I don't think that's gonna look right. Let's go without. We'll see how it looks at night. That's a pretty clean battery build. Now we just gotta get the stuff in there. And I'm already regretting not properly splitting off the plates. We can do it with wires. It's a bit messy with wires. Let's do red wires. They are a little bit more inconspicuous. I don't know, a little bit more hidden on the red inserters. Okay, let's first complete the setting. Enable only if I suppose we can be specific. Extremely specific if uncommon quality iron equals 8. Basically, if the belt is backed up, we will be grabbing. But which belt is going to be backed up? well. It's gotta go here. That's unfortunate. Output priority to the left. Output priority to the right. To the batteries. We gotta have a straight section of belt to measure though. I think preferably one. Let's make it symmetric then. Way too much stuff going on here. Iron on the left. Alright, so these measure this belt. Flip it around. Except these need to measure copper. Equals 8. We did that wrong for iron as well then. Alright. This also goes to this side. Gotta connect those somehow. Yes, now these are not working. The plates are going on the belt. They are measuring the plates coming by. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, etc, etc. Only when it backs up they will start grabbing. I suppose let's try it out. We are gonna connect all of these. Not to those. So it gets backed up. Yeah, it's backed up. Now they start inserting. Alright, so that will not deadlock. Gotta be close to the belt. That's good. Okay, the red wires don't look so out of place with the red inserters. At least that's nice. Alright, you can already see this is backing up way sooner than this side. We gotta, I suppose we gotta read the actual belt. I see a problem. We are not balancing. Are we balancing? I suppose kinda, but not really. I suppose if it comes in balanced, it goes out balanced as well, approximately. Ore in my system. I think that's good enough. Yeah, military science hopefully will get started on that at some point. Now we're setting up uncommon batteries because that's gonna take quite a while to produce. I think we're done though with uncommon batteries. Just hook it up. And it should get started, right? We gotta hook up the fluids. Fluids are here. It's gonna be bad for our petroleum gas reserves, but they're almost entirely full, so it's probably gonna last a while. This is almost exactly blue science what we've got here. This ideal ratio of uncommon uncommon oil manufacturing things. Let's see how fast this goes down. So this is basically stable at this rate. If we're not doing anything else, but we're going to be doing something else. We're going to be doing batteries. Let's hope I got the ratios correct. Uncommon battery production 10 hours minimum. But probably more. Right, yeah, so these are now not grabbing, that is the problem. Alright, here we only... we output only on one side, alright. So here we can just read the belt as 4. That... That simplifies things. We could do that here as well. But then we would need to read this belt. So now any iron coming in. Why is this not going? Ah wait, of course we were putting it in chests. So now this belt will be side loaded only as well. And we can read 4 here as well. That will be reliable. Alright. Good enough? Save it here then. Warehouses, I'm not gonna do warehouses. I'm gonna keep it vanilla. Oh. I should research concrete, man, and put some hazard concrete around this area. I always walk into these dangerous areas. Am I ready? Do I want to like try and force high production? I think I want to keep some like copper. I want to keep some uncommons aside. Maybe I'll fill up this row with uncommon iron and copper. We've got a couple Ks in here. The chests are not gonna. Why though? Missing all of these connections. Man, quality is finicky, but the circuit network is definitely finicky as well. Okay, now everything is connected. So yeah, we got like 18k and 10k. Maybe I should keep like 4 chests of each resource. That would probably be enough. So we need another 4k of those iron plates. $3.8k copper. Let's bring it over. And I'll think I'll just feed the rest into batteries with an extra chest so that it gets consumed. Alright, that is fine. Copper line. Yeah, copper does not cycle back yet. Alright, we don't have that much stuff. Suppose that's fine. So just want to set up a sneaky 3 chests maximum. 2 chests of copper only. Alright, let's just first switch it on. Maybe just a light there, just a single one. I don't know. Is it that important? Quite not. Fine. Let's not think about it. Batteries. Final save version 2. Oh, I forgot, one of these needs to be an uncommon one. Because we got 9 of those plants. Alright, in general it's working though. Do I have one? I want to just get a start and I want to see it go up to full speed without it backing up. We do not have one, so we gotta make one. It's a single one, I suppose. I think a single one should be good. We're gonna make 2 for the symmetricness. 10, 10, 10, 10. Steel and greens. Rare iron plates are backing up because you copied the uncommon. Ah, alright. That's a good catch. We should fix that shortly. Let's get rid of these while we can. Quality. Okay, we got 2 uncommons. Let's use the highway. Did I do it here as well? I did it here as well. Yeah, and then this happens. The quality ore immediately starts backing up. Quality copper is not quite backed up though. It's not causing problems just yet. But yeah, if this was a mistake mixing this here. I should have mixed that right at the smelting stacks. What is this even? six different mining patches which have been hooked up all together there. Alright, they're gonna catch up. Why is this guy not working? Because it's slow with outputting. Oh, we're getting a rare quality in there. Watch this. There we go. Quality models at work. Alright, and then now we are ready, right? Right, I will set up this system over here. And we will just throw in absolutely everything. Iron. And copper. Almost all then. Right. Now we are ready. Override save again. Everything always takes longer than you expect it to, even if you take into account that everything always takes longer than you expect it to. Fluids. Underground belt. Yes, now the two sulfur plants are too fast, I think. Yeah, they produce 2.6 sulfur a second each. This produces 50 sulfuric acid a second each. And this will consume 45 sulfuric acid. So this pipe will slowly completely fill up. Which is good. This is backing up as well. This is using a quarter of an iron plate a second. So that's 2.25 iron a second. So this is gonna empty out eventually. We are measuring the belts before the chest would fill the belt. So what's on the belt will have priority. Yeah, it's fine. It is fine. Don't worry about it. It's gonna empty out. I think the copper plates are not fast enough. Not put fast enough on the belt, perhaps. Right. We'll grab... Man, quality... Maybe this worth it, setting up a roboport network just to deal with all the quality fine-tunings. Problem is, I have Johnnies in my base. Johnnies and bots, they don't really cooperate together. And the expensive bots are gonna lose against the Johnnies, because they are too slow at the moment. We only have bot speed 2. There we go. That by itself is enough copper, so this should back up now. Pipe is starting to fill up. Battery production is the go. And the very first battery production we set up automated. In fact, we haven't even produced a single normal quality battery the entire game. This was produced with hand feeding. This is like automated right now. We'll see how fast that goes. 135 a minute. Grab the calculator UI. Is that indeed 10 hours? 60 minutes in an hour. And then 10 hours. 10 hours for 80,000 batteries, if we can supply the ore, which we cannot in the long term. That's one of the things we need to solve, I suppose. Or just outwait. The other resources are coming in automatically. Actually, we're gonna stash up iron automatically for the accumulators. We need some of this iron for accumulators. So it's good we have iron overproduction, I suppose. 20,000 iron for 10,000 accumulators. That's 5 chests full. Maybe we are fine. It's just gonna take a longer time. It's gonna be a long time before we can do the big battles, which require the huge power bank anyway. So maybe I shouldn't worry about it too much, huh? Right, we got one chest over here of this stuff. A little bit of this. How much do we get here? We got a lot. Alright. I think this is done. We're done with this part of the base. Okay, the belt is backing up now, indeed, so that's good. We are prioritizing the belt. This is just gonna filter feed in for as long as we need it to. Yeah, I think everything is fine. Alright, nice. One thing done. That was a tiny thing. Mining productivity is already 13% done. Only 7 hours remaining, holy moly. I have been annoyed at this gap for the longest time though. What is next? I think next was gonna be more resources for red signs, specifically. Trying to like sneak mine a little bit off of the edges of some of these resource patches. Do I want to do that for copper though? Because that will, if I prioritize the copper from far away, that's gonna mean even less quality copper in my base. So perhaps I do not want to do that for copper. Perhaps I want to be using this mine as much as possible. Still plenty of miners in here. And we can of course, we do have more copper patches in the general vicinity, which we could use if we wanted to. So maybe just iron. Maybe just iron and coal? Question? Do we even need coal if we are going accumulators? It's gonna be a while before we can make some accumulators. But right now we are using approximately 2 belts of coal for the power plant still, which is gonna be phased out. I think we're still gonna do... We need to set up oil as well. Oil was the third thing, which I forgot. Down to 6.3k, we still have a couple hours before that runs out. So these are like 20 pump jacks right here, if I remember correct. 20 pump jacks. I think we are flatlining now. Looks like we are flatlining. This has reached 28%. That is the absolute minimum possible, starting from 140. This has dropped to 673, which is 12% above the absolute minimum. But that doesn't take into account that some of these sources started under 100% and those end up at 20% minimum. So this is likely the final state, 673%. There's already speed modules in there. So we're gonna pick up those and exchange them for these. Then we can use our quality pump jacks on a new oil source. Maybe this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17 pump jacks. Pins. We're good. I think we can do that, but we will need efficiency modules in here for sure. Maybe this one is a bit too scary. There's a lot of forest though. Forest. Yeah, I think we can do that. We'll just try it. So pipe the oil in here. The pipes are already in place, mostly. So we just need to connect it to over here. We're gonna need a ton of undergrounds then. Then we're gonna try to mine this up as well. Maybe I'll connect this oil source as well. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This was 17. This one is a lot safer. If we're gonna go down there anyway, pipe is in place. Maybe we'll connect this one instead. Right, then a bunch of mining drills, not too many. I think we're gonna need to make some mining drills. I only have like 70 remaining. I suppose I could pick up some. We're gonna go up there to grab the pump jacks anyway. Okay, there's a lot of mining drills which have run out. Okay, let's first go pick up the mining drills, pick up the rare pump jacks. Then we come back to the base and decide how many rare drills we will need to make. Organize inventory time, I suppose. Power lines we will need some. All of this stuff can go in here. Let's replenish the landfill. I do not want to run out of power lines. In fact, we might just connect the power all the way out here, actual power, instead of the localized solar plants. Then we're going to need a whole lot of power lines. So let's just fill this up with power lines. Okay, underground pipes we're going to need a lot of as well. Let's make some more. Basically pipe. All of these? Yeah, all of these. Wait, it is 10 pipes and 5 iron, or the other way around? Right, the other way around, so I can do this, and then we can do this. Nobody ever died handcrafting 480 sets of underground pipes. I suppose we will not be needing these then. We're gonna get plenty of those. This is a handy one to have standby, I suppose. No quality modules needed. We're not gonna need these. We're not gonna need any modules. I gotta make some space because we need to pick up a bunch of stuff. I don't need any regular pipes really. I have plenty of space now. Alright. Pick up bomb jacks and rare drills for redeployment, if that's a word. How far until you get off of this planet? Still pretty far. We're gonna go lasers first for security and the ability to keep claiming resources even when we leave the planet. So it's a slight deviation of like 1,000,000 signs. And we need to set up military signs for that. But at least it's gonna keep us busy instead of having to wait out 20 hours of research or something without much to do. Pollution in general still looking okay. I wonder if I can put speed modules back in these. I think I can. 13 sets of... I suppose I made uncommon speed modules for those. Yeah, we'll make uncommon. 13... 26 uncommon speed modules, 130 of these chips. Okay, that's gonna craft, it's gonna be ready when we're back. So I'll save here. How much storage space does your Factorio saves already take? I recently cleared up and I got my folder down from over 100 gigabytes to about 50. But that's not all. I've got plenty more on external disks. It's mostly due to all the early game exploration, which created a giant map, and with each save I make, that entire landmass is saved again. Yeah, the biters are not attacking because no biter bases are sniffing the pollution, at least not the ones with active biters. The nearby ones have been neutralized with freshly installed air conditioning. They don't smell the pollution. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So let's watch the labs in all its nightly glory in the meantime. I'll be right back. Alright, Factorio should have some sort of versioning system that only stores the differences between two saves. That's dangerous though. What if you accidentally delete a save like 20 saves back? You could not load your last game anymore. Yeah, the purpose is for editing. I think all in all, I have kept all my saves on external disks. Whatnot. I might have a terabyte of Factorio saves already. Ranging all the way back to I don't know if I have the oldest playthrough still, but I do have everything from the Ultimate Dead World Challenge on. Alright, we were going out. I do not need all the underground pipes yet, so let's throw those in there. Maybe not all. We're gonna need, let's keep them. Let's go. First we're gonna... We are going to... Should I grab my third legs? We're gonna do a lot of running. Really, I want to make my power armor the running armor. Can I already afford that? That will save a lot of time with the running. We'll easily catch up on that. We did have the requests over here. So if we have 2,000 or so of these chips, like 1,000 would already be worth it, I suppose. If we have those, we can make the power armor and we can make the legs. Just need to check these. Let's show the uncommon modules on there, so we have a slightly higher percent. We're not quite there yet, it appears. Well. Maybe it's for the better. Because we're gonna be running in... we're gonna be running in biter territory. So maybe it's for the better that I don't run too fast. That could end very badly indeed. We can still speed up the game though. Let me check, where are we going? We're first gonna go out to... Let's switch off the pollution, I cannot see anything. I do have I have those mining tools on me? Yeah, I do. Right, we can pick up here. I think we should pick up everything. gonna pick up all the rare miners we can. Those are expensive, and they all also cost green chips to make. So everything costs green chips to make, man. You should really get blue signs before scaling up this much. Not if that's directed at me. I've already got blue signs at 1000 signs per minute. I think it's time to switch on the minimap again, since we're going on walking adventures. Oh wait, I'm running right past the mining drill. I'm gonna need my weird upgrade planner again, which I didn't save. Which upgrades, quote unquote, from a rare mining drill to a normal one. The only way to exchange depleted miners. Alright, and I gotta take him out of my cash slots. Alright, these are all depleted. We can leave let's leave the efficiency modules in here. This is like one of the funny coal mines, one of the funny mining. We're gonna keep this one around as well, I suppose. Although this mining drill is actually costing me some green chunks, so actually we might get rid of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more green chunks we could get out of that. If that ever depletes. There's still like 90k under the richest miner there though, so that's not going to be anytime soon. Why do you want the depleted miners to stay? You never know when the next patch comes out, which makes ores infinite or something. No, I don't know, I'm just too nostalgic. It's not nostalgic, it's called something different. Too attached to some of that old stuff. Right. Probably should keep track of how many mining drills we already did. We got back 8. 8 and 6, 14. Let's see how many we can reclaim. So the counter is on 14. There's going to be a lot here, probably enough to justify letting the bots rip it apart. Up to 32. Close the wall. Right. Sentimental, that's the word, yeah, thanks. Hoarder. I don't know. Am I a hoarder? I wouldn't call myself a hoarder. I mean, I barely got any chests in my base with tons of stuff I'll never use. Okay, we gotta be careful, there's a Johnny up here, so let's not send the bots up north. Okay, where are we going next? This is probably nothing is... Oh, there is some depleted there as well. A lot depleted here. And then it's on to the Palm Jacks. Let's go double speed. We'll switch on the artificial running armor. Like we have been doing a lot. It's too organized for hoarders. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's too organized. Valid point. I don't have any stuff that I won't use. That's what a hoarder would say. I did say I would not use it though. So does that clear up my name? We gotta find a way. Let's beat the bots. No job for you. Oh. Trying to reach chat again, getting sidetracked on the peninsula. I think it's just faster to go around myself if there's not too many mining drills. That was the last one. I think this is not run out at all. So now we just go to the Palm Jacks. We've got our Palm Jacks on us. So I suppose we'll add upgrading, quote unquote, the Palm Jacks to this list. Since it is since this oil field is depleted, it has reached minimum state. They're still at 673%. It would have gone down by now if it was still going down. So we have reached minimum here. What is this? Did I accidentally drop something? Maybe I probably unpowered these Palm Jacks for a split second. Let's see. That is no longer powered here. Oh, that is bad. Let's place that back. If we get back there. It is still powered through here though. But I did some shenanigans with the walls by accident. I think I accidentally deconstructed a power line or something. Okay, that's no, this is not good. We need to get back there. This is now running on steam power only, and the steam tanks are empty. I disconnected the entire solar grid from my base. Oops. There goes my 1k signs per minute flat line. It is too late to reload, right? Yeah, it is too late to reload. What you have to do, Pianodons. I kinda like to get a little bit familiar with something before I try it, and that sounds like it will take me too long to get a little bit familiar with that mod. Maybe just for streaming I could consider Pianodons, but not for making a video series. Where is that? Cool, it's over there. Alright, so yeah, this is steam power. This is solar power. Solar power is not powering anything. Okay, now we've got both on the same network again. Oops. So yeah, it is able to sustain for a couple minutes at full power. But in general, we've got only one coal belt inflowing, and this steam reservoir is now completely empty. Probably now it will start to fill up again. Now it's starting to fill up again. So that is going to be my laser spike catcher then in the end. Looks like it can run a couple... Now we know it can run for about 5 minutes or so on full power before it dies. The struggles. I would reload if this was purely for video. Nah, maybe not. There's not like a critical moment like the 10k signs per minute base, which I want to run at the intended signs per minute for 50 hours or so. It is a little bit annoying. But oh well. It is what it is. And now I'm losing network speed. Maybe I disconnected my cable in real life as well by accident. Where am I? We're almost back. It's really... Let me quickly check the dashboard. Oh yeah, I see the big dip. Now we're good, right? No, it's happening again. We're not good. We're not good. What can I do about it? Can I do anything about it? Probably cannot do anything about it. It's been going on for a while already, no? This network dips. Alright. Strangely how that coincides with losing power in the base as well. A little scary. Alright, let's downgrade these. That will do absolutely nothing to my oil production, since this is already bottomed out. And the only thing that rare pump jacks do is deplete oil slower. But there is nothing to deplete anymore. Now we can redeploy these pump jacks instead of wasting rare resources on new ones. Got one more in the corner. Right, now I'm the proud owner of 20 of these things again. Yeah, turn it off and on again. That is not great to try midstream though. It does often fix things though, way more often than it should. Man, a lot of Aikido tracks. Let's skip this one. For something more soothing. Yeah, I might get throttled. Alright, let's check. Is this full again? It's probably not full again. It takes a while. 3.1k. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. To fill this back up, because of course we're relying on the steam power in the night still. The live production of the red belt of coal is enough to get us through the night. But it will take a while before the overproduction will fill the entire thing up again. Check in on Ben the fish. Still swimming around in his black lined lake. Not the best location with the grid lines on, I suppose. Oh well. I kinda need the grid lines on as a reminder to not build outside of the base space. Alright, we are back at the base. I forgot to pick up these drills over here. Oh, that's a lot of them. We need to go out to... Where do we need to go? Yeah, we need to go down. I want to power this to the base. Maybe we'll just connect this oil source instead. It's already close by. How many points is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That probably needs efficiency modules as well, though. Maybe I should just fix it once and for all, or at least for a while. 12, this is 29. 41. 41 sources in total if I connect all three. I've got only 20 pump jacks. I can make 20 more and use one normal one. One of the oil sources is probably going to be crappy anyway. I noticed a... one oil source was separated from the rest in this batch. This one. I'm gonna then give this one a normal pump jack and the rest ones I'm gonna give rares. And I can get by with exactly 2 stacks. Here's my speed modules. Let's not forget about those either. Pump jacks 5, 5, 5, 5, I think. No, 5, 10, 5 and 10. That's a little expensive. So 100 steel. 100 electronic circuits, each 200 pipes, and 200 gears. I'm gonna connect all three. We're gonna need a bunch of pipes. Let's take this. Not gonna need that many power lines. We've got a lot of power lines on us already anyway. I recovered 51 drills. That is not a giant amount. It's probably enough to... like set up a couple small mines, which we are planning to do anyway. So I suppose the rest indeed belts is going to be okay. That's a pretty full inventory. Hopefully I can not run out of space. That would be nice. I forgot the... I have a save there, right? Yeah, wait. Don't worry, I'm not reloading this one. I'm not gonna have the single wooden power pole debacle in the edit for sure. Pick up rare pump jacks. Now it's organized chronologically again. Sorry about that. Yeah, there's a maximum isolation distance for the fish, so they often get stuck on a border. The same is true for biters. Probably don't have any examples because it works for spidertrons as well. Spidertrons also activate fish and biters in their vicinity to walk around. Whereas I don't have any walking biters, all the biters just stay still because they're too far out from any player activity. Unless they're called up by pollution or something. I forgot the efficiency module, so I just made a save right here, right? Yeah, okay, let's go back here. So we don't have to walk all the way back. I forgot to take efficiency modules for the pump jacks. We're gonna need efficiencies, right? Yeah, I don't think I can do speed here. Especially since we already have this pollution here. This can definitely not have speed. This might be able to have speed, actually. I don't think I'm gonna bother though. I'm no longer at the point where I want to deplete oil sources as quickly as possible, I think. No, I'm not. I just pick up 80. Alright, that way I'll be carrying 2 stacks. Goes. Let's go. Go set up new oil times 3. I think we're just gonna do it properly. Because it's gonna take a while to set up military science, I just gotta keep the tech going. Bit rate is gone again. Okay, it's back again. Hopefully the stream doesn't get disconnected. What happened last 2 hours of stream? Good question. I'm blanking out. What did we do? Ah, we set up, yeah, okay, let's go. We should take a look at it anyway. How's it going? We set up uncommon battery production in preparation for laser turrets and accumulators. We use uncommon ones because for the laser turrets we've got a lot of uncommon steel and uncommon green circle. Circuits. Uncommon green circuits to match with that. And we also got uncommon iron to match with uncommon batteries for accumulators, so we're using strictly uncommon quality. This pipe should be full. It is full. Still feeding from the chest, though not for that much longer. And then battery production is gonna collapse. But hey, we've been producing batteries for... Oh, we got 5,000 of them. That is 1,000 accumulators. That's 1,000 accumulators. Ah, the cliff of death strikes again. Where am I going? I need to go... Where's the oil? Oh, the oil is over here. I need to go this way anyway. It's not really... Right. Focus. Focus. We also pick up mining drills. There is one more iron on the right. We're gonna need all the drills we can get. The more we can reclaim, the less we need to make for military signs. Military signs is gonna require... Let's say we make it a bit smaller, maybe... I'm not sure yet. Oh. If it's 900 SPM, it's gonna require like 20... something between 20 and 25 belts of resources or something. Times 30 miners. It's like... Probably we're gonna need over 1,000 miners if we're gonna cover all the patches like we have been doing. I'm not gonna run out all the way here, I think that's too far off. 1,000 mining drills is 10,000 rare iron, 3,000 rare chips. Oof. That is oof. 3,000 rare chips is very oof. This is what we made these speed modules for. Yeah, the pollution has retracted at least 3 chunks since it was almost threatening to pollute this area. I think we can do this. The objects now do 2.2 pollution a minute. Really? .2 pollution a minute. And now they do 20 pollution a minute. So 10 times as much. But still, that's only 260 pollution in total. Let's take a look. How much pollution is being absorbed by surrounding forest? 3, 4, 4, 10. It's hard to say, really. We'll see if this starts to bulge outwards again. Then we need to put it back to efficiency modules. I said too many Akkilo tracks. Let's get something clever. No glabber. Ah, Vulcanus. Let's get. I want some glabber. There's a glabber. Something glabber. Glabber is the most horrible planet, but it has the most soothing music. So we have to keep an eye on the pollution cloud. It's going to be a slow process, but let's see if the effect is visible. So yeah, 20k a minute, 22k a minute. That's why we've got speed modules, all of those. If we can get the idle production or like the depleted production to 31k a minute, that is basically blue signs. That is why we have been setting up all those oil sources with what's it called? With speed modules, all the oil pump jacks with speed modules since the beginning to deplete them faster. My favorite planet was Velgora as well. It was the first planet I went to too. And it was quite scary discovering in my new player experience. I went to Fulgora first, and the science pack recipe was quite complicated, you know, like space exploration complicated. And I think, oh no, this is going to be quite something. But then Vulcanus turned out to be a joke, really. Just mine some resources, craft that resource into 2 different materials, and that's almost everything you need to do. And Gleba is not... the Gleban science pack is not difficult, but the Gleban method is very difficult to get used to, I suppose. Okay, this is the oil source I'm targeting. I also want to bring power out there. Let's first properly power up that area over there. We've got some medium Johnnies in the way here as well. That's always fun. Suppose we just power line next to the belt. Let's power line next to the belt. Yeah, Fulgor was quite interesting as well for the like it's sort of similar to Gleba in a way that you got to make sure nothing backs up. No, it's quite different to Gleba, but in that part is similar, I suppose. But yeah, Fulgora is quite a lot of work really to set up. Gotta be careful here. Where's the where do the behemoth biters spawn? Give me some hotbar should have the nesting on it. Maybe this one. No. This one. Okay, so this mining drill right here, we should not deconstruct. But these 2 should be safe. You can see how much I trust my own methods. I suppose I could try to place back a wall piece there, although it would be quite cool to have the defunct miners. So let's just upgrade it. Okay, that works. Same for this one. It's depleted. This is a bit more of a hassle though to reclaim resources from over here. I think it gets like replaced on the same tick though, so it's not really that dangerous. Right. Copper is coming from here. Yeah, we're just gonna go next to the belt, power that. Okay, now we're on vital land again. We need to not run into a base, ideally. Alright. I think here we're kind of safe now. Still forgot to delete that one solar panel. 7801st one. Here there's nothing else to do. Now this will just run continuously instead of only during the daytime. I mean the other chunk, it's true, but here there is no chunk saving anyway. Everything is red in this area. There's just too many biters around. Right, where's the oil? The oil is up there. There's going to be fun to try to place that with those medium Johnnies around. Fun. It's not too bad actually. They are not too close by, I think. Probably the trick is to try to let my bots place the stuff. That's okay. No, I cannot do everything north anyway. This was the disconnected one, right? Yeah, this is the disconnected one. For that I had the normal pump jack. Right. And then I just distract the Johnnies myself while the bots place everything. Okay, maybe they're actually not in range. Efficiency modules for in here. We did this, so that can go. Alright. How are we gonna bring this back to the base? It has to connect to over here. We're gonna have a pipeline over here. This oil is gonna come through that pipeline. This oil is gonna come through that pipeline. So basically, we need to connect it somewhere over here. So this needs to be connected somewhere over here. Maybe just follow the wall. Maybe we just follow the outside wall. Is it going to be in the way for something? Maybe we follow this wall over here. Right. So let's go follow. We will just follow the belts. And then here we branch off, follow the wall. Okay, here we branch off. Alright, we branch off right here. Follow this wall. Alright. Put a marker. Connect to here. That goes to here. This will deconstruct. And we just go this way, this way. And we'll just plug it in the back of here, I suppose. That'll work. We can try out those some of the new features where you do the wireless transmission of signals. I think you can also do that. We can do that, right? Before circuit network. I think we can hook this up to the radar. And then just have another radar next to here. We can actually hook that up remotely. This one is powered always. So if this we read content, it's sent to... It's also to the power line, so we can mouse over, see what's sent to the signal. 5.7k oil is in this tank. And I should be able to read that here then. Perhaps only if the radar is powered. Okay, so this will break if the radar is not powered. But technically we should be able to say only if oil is less than 10,000. We activate these pumps. And if oil is over 10,000, this will switch off. This non-depleted oil field will switch off. And we will just be using our depleted oil fields. If we have more than 10k oil in stock. We could set up a priority system where we first deplete this field at under 10k, maybe this one under 15k, and then this one only... So sorry, this one under 10k, this one under 15k, this one under 20k. That way they switch on and off. This one will switch on first. If this one cannot keep the tanks filled to 20k, this one will switch on, keeping it filled to 15k. And if this one doesn't catch up anymore, then this massive oil field switches on. I think that's a good system. We're gonna try that. First, let's bring over some power to see if the signal actually works, like I hope it does. Let's first do this. Also connect to a wire. Okay, yeah, indeed we get the wire condition on here as well. 5.7k. That's neat. That's actually very simple. So now we can read it. So now it's working. But if we set this to 5k, it should switch off, right? Yeah, disabled by control behavior because the tanks are fuller than we set the condition to be. Alright, that's a nice switch. This one is going to be our highest priority oil field, so 20k. Maybe we should set it to less altogether. Maybe 10k, 8k, 6k, something like that. We can change that later because we have radar vision. Let's drink some water. Sorry about that. Could you place some safety turrets and use super force building? Yes, I think we could. As the bitrate's still doing weird stuff. We had another drop. It was stable though, just a single drop in the last 15 minutes. Alright. I know, not a single drop. There it goes again. I think I'm being throttled. It's really like in regular intervals where it just temporarily switches like almost to 0 and then comes back again for a couple minutes, then a couple seconds almost to 0 and then it comes back again. Like a regular interval. Weird. Amazing 5, thanks for the 10-month subscription. You had talked of a 50-hour summary for the 10k SPM mega base. Stream like that. Never did that, did I? I think I didn't let it run for 50 hours. Because it was running at, I don't know, not at 60 UPS anymore, I think. Didn't I do a 10 hour? I remember doing something like... Did something, I just don't remember exactly. Alright. Okay, so this will work. We go low. Because if we will be researching at least this concrete technology, during which we will not be using any oil, because blue science will not be required for that. So during this time, the depleted oil fields can basically fill up the oil tank by themselves. That's kind of the idea. 250k science is about 4 hours worth of research. And we are producing like 1 tank of oil per minute. So that's 240 tanks in 4 hours. So we gotta make sure 240 tanks of empty space stay available. I've got 800 tanks though, so if I fill them up to 10k maximum, we should have like 500 empty oil tanks available for the depleted oil fields to pump stuff into, that should be enough. Right. We can even go 15k, there will be 400 empty tanks available. Actually, we're using extra stuff now. But this is going down. Not that fast though. Petroleum gas. We're using 33k, producing 30k. Okay, it's not too much more. Okay, I think this was at max battery production. Now we ran out of copper a bit. This is blue science, 30 to 31k. So now with the batteries we're running like 33k. Okay, that is not significantly more really. That's gonna take a long time. Alright, we'll set it to 10k. 10k. Let's just start building this oil field already. Sometimes I even get tired of myself. Yeah, I wish it was a joke. I suppose not all trees will be safe here. I think that's everything connected except this bottom one. Alright, so this does not have a rare pump jack, but that's fine. I think it's not the lowest source, but it is one of the lowest sources. Okay, that's fine. Another circular power line. Now we gotta figure out how that oil is gonna go out. Maybe we'll just bring it out to this side. Now we placed a bunch of entities here. So it all should be okay. I do not want to switch this on just yet. I do want the radar to be powered though. Place the radar in here. And then the pump there. Something like that. We'll just keep the border. Then we can hook that up. So it would be active if it had power. It's not powered yet though. But we can do that later. Watch out. That's a funky network card behavior. Huh. I don't know, I do get this more often when I'm either streaming through a VPN or when I'm on a mobile network connection. I normally don't get it when I'm streamed from my primary home location. If it was a network card issue, it should be constant all the time, right? Alright, so we can remotely connect the oil field once we have the pipe in place, so our oil graph stays nice. Alright, now it's gonna be fairly easy, I suppose, to bring this back. We have this part over here, we just follow the belt. Right, should be easy. Especially since this automatically jumps. How do I get past this cliff? I suppose I got to try to not get stuck in this forest while the Johnnies fire at me here. I think we're at the limit almost. 292. With a bit of luck, we make it exactly to this corner and we can go up as well on the same. I suppose we cannot. We could move the entire out pump to the right, but let's not bother. Exactly too far. Let's absorb a stack of the. My inventory is getting fuller and fuller. It's a bit scary. I'm supposed to be building things. Cannot resist, man. Cannot resist. You gotta weave. If you can weave, you gotta weave. That's just the law. Pumps not powered. Oh, this. Oh, this pump is not powered. That's a good catch. Life. If only I had my running armor already. We're gonna make our running armor. Before we go out far, I'm gonna make my running armor. We need it. It is justified. We'll sacrifice the rare materials. Oh god, the Johnnies. Yeah, the pump will not be powered. Now it will be. Okay, that was the idea. Let's save here then. We'll pretend I think about editing Mike. Oil field 1. I don't think we're gonna do a lot of military science today. It appears that we are stuck in an upgrade loop. So currently we are building new oil. Since we are at a deficit of like 11k oil per minute. So we gotta fix that before we start building military science, because that's gonna be, I was gonna say an 8-hour project, because this technology took 8 hours, but yeah. Okay, we're back here. Next to the wall. We should eventually, okay, we should meet up with some pipe somewhere. Why are these all normal pipes, by the way? I suppose those were normal pipes for the purpose of, oh god. Those were normal pipes for the purpose of denying biter expansions, but technically those could all be upgraded to, like, underground pipes now. I guess I'll just leave them in place. Though we need to actually connect the pipe. It's now not connected. At all. There's the nearest power line. Not very near. Okay, let's see how far we get in. Okay, that is too far. It's not too far. Okay, not quite yet. Let's see how close we can get to the power line on the other side. I think we have to do a lot of this stuff now. It's a bit scary. Since I'm supposed to be building stuff. Deconstructing it. Pretty close to power. 317 though. This is the last one. It's a little bit of a weird change to the fluid network to require these pumps in between, but I suppose having infinite throughput over infinite distances might indeed be a little bit too much of a cheesy thing. Actually, see that we line up nicely to there. So let's get rid of this horrible stuff. I should wait for the bots, they will never catch up at bot speed too. Keep your hands clean achievement, yeah. Still on the cards, in the cards, over the cards, under the cards, besides the cards. 100 hours though, no longer. Well, we are back to piping. This time underground. Where are we going? Yeah, we're going in the back of this guy. Yeah, we're going, that's all. Just go there. That should do everything. I suppose I can go in the middle here. It's still a line free. Yeah, let's go in the middle then. Which one was it? This one. Seven, and then now we go up again. That's another direction, so that should not count. I'm gonna leave that wall piece out. I need to walk here all the time. Gates, man. Where are we? We need to go forward a little bit more. Still 277, we're going in the other direction. Too far to connect, huh? There's literally no place to do this, right? No force. I don't think that's connected anymore. What? I just missed an entire section. That is weird. Yeah, the pumps are cheap, but they need to be powered. Right, 308 of 320. Can we make it? Where is the pipe? Oh yeah, we can. I'm already too far. How far did I go? This far. Gotta go over here somewhere. Were those chunks free to build in? I think they were. That fits. That fits. Alright, that's 325, huh? I bet it's in this direction. Yeah, it's in that direction. Okay. I'm gonna put it here then. There's a power network, a power line nearby. Okay. How's pollution here now? Still the same. It did get a bit more dark red around the pump jacks after we put the speed modules, but it's not really going outwards yet. Or is it? Maybe it is going outwards a little bit, one chunk further than it was. Alright, that's pump jack field 1. This is our highest priority oil field. And it will be pumping until we've got 10k oil in there. We're down to 5.4k now per tank. So our oil production hopefully will exceed our oil consumption again after we switch on the new oil field. We will see. All that requires is break the loop. All that requires is me doing this remotely. There we go. Got to take this stuff. Not gonna go back for that though. Right. Pumping 200-ish oil per second. Let's check. The fluid production thing should go up almost immediately. From 22k now we're at 37-ish k. So that is not such a big boost for hooking up a new oil field to some depleted ones. The depleted ones are really doing the work here. So we're slightly over consumption now, but this won't last. The next two are going to be easier to set up though. Basically a big straight line downwards. And we already got this power line going. We can take that all the way down to this field, to this field, and even to these mines down there. Expansion, it was 30 chunks. So it picks 30 chunks and then does very complicated mad algorithmic stuff of simply picking the one with the highest value. And if there's a tie, it chooses randomly between the ones which are tied. And then there's some stuff with like rerolls and parting and stuff, but that's a bit more obscure still. But in general, yeah, 30 chunks. We'll keep this open. Okay, so where do I need to go now? We're gonna go do the second oil field, and then also the third one. We've got all the rare pump jacks, as well as the modules. Hopefully my inventory won't fill up. Oh, we gotta do a get up and stretch. That is a good recommendation, especially after yesterday. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna walk around for a bit and then we'll continue improving the base before going full on military science. Alright, I'm gonna walk around for a minute or two. Enjoy the eerie track in the background. I wish it continued playing when you went into the save game mode. And it breaks the immersion. Just look at all the flickering. I'll be back in 2 minutes or so. %60 left of mining productivity. No, 70%. We're only at 30%. 6 hours though. I think 2.5 hours have already elapsed or something. Yeah, the new oil fields technically are limited to 1200 a second due to the pump limit. But as you saw, the oil field only produces like 200 oil a second. And that's for a 2000, like 2100% oil source. So basically, without mining productivity bonus, 2000% equals 200 oil a second. If I'm not mistaken. So you gotta have 12,000% oil before you hit the flow limit of a pump. And then indeed you can just place them in parallel. So instead of doing this, you just do this. And now it pumps twice as much, thrice as much, etc. The pumps are the bottleneck, which is why I don't really like the system. It's very counterintuitive that the pump is the bottleneck instead of the pipe. I mean, this thing is designed to pump stuff through, whereas this is just passive flow. So that's a little bit weird. I'm not gonna reload. We're not gonna make military science in time anyway. We have other things to research. I don't think we'll be running out of things to research anytime soon. Wait. I'm gonna run into trouble here. Yeah, those things are those guys are quite close by. In fact, I might just let the bots build this. The biters will not trigger on the bots. Worms will, but biters, they don't care about bots. They do care about me though. I see a opening. I could quickly sneak through there. We're gonna continue the remote power line placement here. Okay, here we will be safe again. We just follow the pipeline, I suppose. Really? It still doesn't end up in the corner. I thought it would end up in the corner now. I suppose we might end up with a couple pumps here. Something like that. Plop down one of those radars here as well. That should ideally be one chunk up and it connects to there. There's gonna be a slightly annoying for the pump, but I suppose it's fine. Right, that's gonna be the last one Muke up though. We'll do one. I think we'll leave the rest in place. We don't care about the trees in this place over here. I'll just try to make this as long as possible. We also need to bring power down actually. It's basically a massive straight line down. Is there not a nice pattern with power lines and pipes? That's like exactly too far. I suppose we could do this. Okay, it looks like we are going. To do this then. Thanks Oblue for the 4th month subscription. Thanks for the quality stream. If Mike is true, redirect money, Jeff Bezos. That is some even better pseudo coding than I always manage. Power line, 1 tile gap. Then this thing again. Alright, so we're going to need to delete a bunch of those pipes. It's going to be a bit expensive to do it like this in terms of bot power. Alright, this is a great point for a pump. We are at 270 of 320, so not too much wasted here. Alright. It's like we're going down about as fast as the bots will fly. We cannot see what's going on here anymore. Alright. That means we gotta make this into a proper blueprint. Let's make it a bit wider so we don't snap it out of place every time. And now my inventory is fully full. It's not going very well with trying to keep my inventory empty. Suppose we can put that in here for now, and this one as well. That does not connect. Now it does. The good thing about having the power line on here is that we automatically... I'm being dumb. Automatically have the power for the pump in place. I'm being dumb because those pipes were expansion chunk deniers. And that's going up now. It was like 0.3. Now here we're up to 0.2. I'm not sure if I'm doing myself a favor here. Well, I'm committed now. And pretty soon we will be able to actually deal with the biters. Pretty soon, this playthrough soon, of course. We're almost there. Yeah, I was gonna say the pipeline is probably almost too long now. Ah, it's not too bad. This is a little bit bad. But I think we'll survive. This thing is 405 tiles long. Am I placing them in the right direction? Yes. I don't have bots to clean the kitchen. Yeah, a good question. Alright, we have made it to the second oil field at least. Let's at least keep this area. Actually, no. This is gonna continue because the power needs to come down as well. Oh, this is another one of those legendary forest oil fields. That's always fun. I guess normal people just chop the forest. Three, 12 spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, now we have the job of hooking them up. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. Explode the forest. We could afford to do that. We're not gonna have any problems here. This is like so deeply forested, and Pumjacks 2 pollution a minute. I think this pollution will never leave these chunks. And the forests are never gonna degrade either. So maybe we're not gonna do too much try-harding. Complete everything at a minimum. A minimum level of deforestation. It's not going too bad. The mouse over pipeline thing really helps out compared to Factoria 1.1. That was absolutely horrible. Alright. And this time the pipeline should be connected. We did it will automatically be connected, I think. We just need a radar here on site as well. Just keep it a little bit. It's exactly the right horizontal. That's nice. Right. We need a pump in there. Let's chop this tree so we can see the pump. This time we will power the pump. Pump is already powered. Radar is already powered. $5.6k in the tanks. So the other one was enabled until 10k. We'll enable this one until 8k. 8k. So this one will be working until 8k. The other one will be working until 10k. If the other one cannot hold it at 10k anymore, this one will start contributing. Since we are a little bit late, it will start up a little bit right now, but that's fine. Okay, we gotta do another circular power line thing. All my oil field power things are circular. Gotta go down there as well. Alright, I think that's all of them powered. Another automatic kitchen cleaning 5. I would do that. I would research 5 million signs in Factorio if that meant I would never have to clean the kitchen again. That is for sure. Alright, then there's oil field 2. That went faster than oil field 1. There we go. This one starts out at 2500%, slightly higher than the other one. It's pumping. This is not filling up, so that's good. There's the joint pump, that's over here. Right. Okay, this is not connected. That's a whoopsie. Let's quickly go up there. With a bit of luck we can still... there's a lot of pipe pieces to fill up. With a bit of luck we can still connect that before this oil stops pumping. Now we go up from 37k to 52k, and now we are definitely producing a whole lot more than we consume. Filling up 1 oil tank per minute. Life with 1000 times. Life with 1000 times cleanup modifier. That would be absolutely horrifying. Okay, it is full now. This probably will like switch itself off at some point because it's too long. Here we gotta be careful of those guys again. Oh, actually it is connected here. Right? Okay, we do have the combined oil flow of the 3 oil fields flowing through one pump. But out here, the combined yield of these 3 oil patches is 2, let's say 4, 6.5k. So that's like half of one pump throughput limit. About 600 oil a second, maybe 700 with the 2 levels of mining productivity. There's no speed models in there, so that won't be an issue. Although this is now full for some reason. It's not connected. Not connected, but where? Here. Okay, now it's connected and overextended at the same time. Do I dare approach? No. Alright, that was already good enough. Now is it working? Okay, it is emptying out. Do we have fluid hiccups? We kinda do. I suppose it's fine. Won't be visible in the 10-hour graph. Not like the power issue. It's like I had a small power issue at the end of every oil flatline. Right, that will do for military science, but since we're here anyway, we're going to overcompensate. Let's hook up the final oil field as well. I mean, we brought the stuff for it, so might as well plop it down. We're here now. Alright, we had probably the oil is gonna come from up here, since that is where our radar is. $5.7k per tank. So we'll enable this one only if oil is below 6k. So we got 3 steps: 6k, 8k, 10k. Of course we've got 800 tanks, so that's like hundreds of thousands of oil differences. For now I'll set it below 5k. I do not really want this to... No, I do want it to switch on, just ever so briefly. Probably we gotta hurry up for that too. $15, $16, $17. That's all of them. So I missed one. The top pump has no modules. It's a hidden one. Alright. After this we won't need to do any oil fields for quite a while. Yes. Yes. Let's be able to walk through here. One more. Is everything connected, I think. Right. The circular thing is gonna be hard. There's a lot of objects. Kijk, it's a zigzaggy thing. A zigzagging circle. It's possible. You heard it here first. Zigzagging circles are a thing now. Clearly a circle. Alright, that's oil field 3 then. Signal is 5.8k, so this should work for a brief moment at least. Right. Oil field 3, and now we're done with oil for probably until we leave Northeast. This might be enough oil to last. This might be enough oil to provide blue signs with infinite oil at the minimum production state, all combined. Alright. There goes oil again, from 53k now up to 77-ish. So this was before 22. Basically went from 22 to 77. So that should be decent. Right, and this oil field should switch off first, pretty soon as well. I think it's not going to take long until we reach 6,000 per fluid tank. So about a minute. So after 1 minute or so, this oil field should switch itself off. We can probably already see that this one is depleting. It went from 2023 to 1970. And this one, which we just connected, went from 2504 to 2488. See if the one where we're standing at, already depleted by 3%. So that's how fast that goes. Alright. Okay, we're getting there. Let's speed up time. Maybe I cannot speed up time anymore. No, I can. Is this pump is gonna switch off? Now. Now. Disabled by control behavior. Nice. Now this is just gonna fill up, then the internal buffer of these things is gonna fill up with 1000 oil per pump jack apparently. And then this will just be switched off until the other oil sources deplete basically. So once this actually switches off, we can put the new percentage on there, and then we can see if it ever gets used again. We gotta wait though for all these internal buffers to fill up with oil as well. 1k per pump jack. Alright, good stuff. Am I going to underground pipe this? Yeah, this is like the horizontal. It's probably where we will cross a lot, so let's do this. I suppose this can stay connected because we want to stay on this side anyway. Alright, that's oil done. Let me just note the new percentage on there. Do I switch off this field as well so I can deplete them in order? Nah, let's not do that. This is already idle. It is idle. Alright, so this will not be producing anymore. Are we firmly above 6k? With the new instant transmission and equalizing fluid tanks, all of these tanks will always contain exactly the same amount of fluid. So it's fairly constant now. So yeah, that is fine. So the new percentage is 3587. And eventually it will go down to about 720% or 719% or something. That is going to be the minimum state. Currently it's at 3587%. This one 2482, but this one's going to be active for quite a while. It's going to go down to 501%. About a fifth of the starting stuff. 1964. And 125. Unfortunately, those are not matched. It's gonna go down to 506 and 27 probably. Alright, so we can keep an eye on that now, and that is oil fully sorted for forever. Oil fully sorted for forever. Alright, we are 37% in mining productivity 2, and we haven't done a single thing yet for military science. And I don't think we're about to start, since we are down here anyway already. This is never leaving these chunks, this pollution. Let's look at the forest over here. 80.72 a minute. And then the surrounding chunks have like between 5 and 7 per minute, just from all the trees. And since we have 12 palm jacks, we're only producing 26 pollution a minute. So that is always gonna, that's just always gonna get absorbed. It might spread one water tile here. This is not going down completely. So this will spread onto the water here and in this forest. But that's all. It's gonna be contained, which is a good thing because of course there's plenty of trigger happy biters nearby. Right. We also brought our mining drills. We forgot efficiency modules though. Okay, maybe we'll go back to the base then. Yeah, I cannot place miners without efficiency modules. That was... Oopsie, I got a couple, but 70... That's like 20 miners worth. I think no, we're gonna first restock them. So use the old crossing. Protected by the Johnnies. Can I just repair this wall real quick? Maybe I can now with the Johnnies nearby. Or with the... Okay, we'll give him the... We are not gonna give him the repair packs. I'm gonna do it myself. Alright, so if I stow them away again and enable the bots, they're still complaining about repair packs. Okay, I think I can let the bots do that. No, no, no. That almost cost me a couple bots, man. Okay, bots are not gonna do it. Now it's 8 pieces. Thank you, bots. Thank you for the disrepair function. No. I thought I switched that off. I cannot repair that. It's behind the wall. Alright. Drastic measures. Gotta place the wall in there as well then. It's getting a bit hot here. Alright. Weer repair packs, bots on. 6 new ones. Bots off. Okay, that's easy. This is easy. This is worth my time. Right? Alright, repair packs away. Bots on. Check the area. Looks like the entire wall is repaired now. Okay, that's good. Definitely worth it. We are not turning off oil to save pollution for oil. Point is that oil does not, unlike ore patches, oil does not deplete to 0. It depletes to 20% of its starting yield and then just keeps producing that forever. So we are trying to create as many of those. Well, we're trying to prioritize creating depleted oil fields over drawing off multiple oil fields simultaneously. So that we can basically have as many depleted oil fields as possible, which produce infinite oil, and then we prioritize that over any oil which is yet to deplete. Which means in the end we'll just have more oil. I never took miners out of this one, so let's do that on the way up. So now we're gonna start mining. I've got 170-ish mining drills available. No, the pollution is just a function of the machinery. So no matter how much oil a pump jack pumps, it always produces 10 pollution per minute without modules. And with these, if you have the minimum pollution, it's only 2 pollution a minute, no matter how much it pumps. Alright, we are done with these. We gotta have a little bit of cleanup to do here now. Trees. Solar panels. We're gonna get a lot of those, I suppose. Radars, walls, a ton of power lines. I don't need that many anymore. I definitely do not need pipes anymore. Done with pipes. Need power lines, but probably not that many. What are we still to connect? We need to go here. Here. That's about it. I think 10 stacks should do. We have a stack of copper for the backup. That can be another 4 stacks of power lines if we really want to. Okay. We do not need quality modules. We do need efficiency modules though. I got 1, 2, 3 full stacks and then 18. Would be 54. Let's take 11 stacks then. That's all the miners I have. We might pick up some more, so let's take the 12th stack as well. The rest we've got belts. We're going to need a ton of belts and a ton of underground. I think we might need even more undergrounds than we have. We'll make them. We'll pick up some iron on the way or something. I mean, we're mining iron, so we can always just grab our furnaces and smelt it on the spot. Make more undergrounds from transport belts. I suppose we just fill this with transport belts. And pick up more. And just leave ourselves, let's learn from our earlier mistakes. We'll leave ourselves like 10 slots. Okay, mining drills, power lines, belts, that's about all I need. I'm not gonna make the running armor just yet, because again we're going in enemy territory and I'm dumb enough as it is. Distance, mining, time. Let me just quickly think if this is a good idea. Okay, so if I get this iron, what will I do with it? The iron I want to pump into the back of... yeah, basically into here. So that green signs can grab some more. This is not full anymore. So these are the last 2 belts. Once this is moving all the time, then at that moment we start to fall in science production. So yeah, we do need some iron. I think it's a good idea. Do we need coal though? I think we need coal as well. Because indeed this is not going to last forever anymore. And then it's better to take coal from far away than from close by. Is that true though? I mean, by the time we're really gonna need coal from outside the base, we should be very able to basically neutralize biter bases. Then again, it's right here. There's a couple patches right here, so we might as well just bring a belt back to the base. Copper though, I think I should not mine copper from outside the base just yet, as currently quality copper is my bottleneck for batteries. So we want to keep the quality mining going over not quality mining. Let's check what's going on. So yeah, we hardly got any plates in here, 21. For the rest, the copper chests have depleted. We have only one battery assembler active. That is absolutely horrible. So this is battery when everything is working. Chest fed. I suppose this is one chest, and now we dropped to like, I don't know, 30 a minute or less. So it's like a quarter of the capacity. Okay, looks like sometimes we are making more than one of them is active. But that is slow. How much do we got now? 11k though. We could make 2000 accumulators already. Problem is I cannot really use accumulators because Steam will have priority over accumulators. And I did not build my steam plant in such a way that I can just pump it in when the accumulators get low. The boilers are connected to the steam engines first and the storage tanks later. I don't think these can be hooked up directly. So even if I hook these up, only insert if the accumulators are low, the inserters. I mean, it will not be enough, I think. Because the steam engines are just going to consume all the steam in the system before shutting off. And the inserters will only activate once the accumulators are low, which means, yeah, we don't have enough coal flowing in to power this monster. We only have coal for about 120 megawatts, while this thing produces like 468 or something. So we're gonna have to go full accumulators or nothing, and full accumulators basically means having, well, probably around at least 3 to 3,500, I suppose. On the other side, we are not using, we're using like 6,000, like slightly over 6,000 solar panels worth of accumulators. That means we need only 5,000 accumulators, which is 2,500 rare accumulators. And then we could technically switch off steam power. So we're almost there. We're almost there. That means we probably should just, if we want to get that done quickly, which we probably do, probably should just store a little bit less copper right here. That could be 10k more batteries. Yeah, 10k batteries is 2k accumulators. So this is 1k accumulators. 1k would push us past the threshold. I don't have the circuit network, so I cannot do the circuit network stuff. I don't have power switches available just yet. That's an hour and 40 minutes to research as a detour. So unless I absolutely need to, I'm not really planning to do that. Not unless we have nothing else to research anymore. Okay, what is copper used for anyway? Solar panels. If we produce those, it's going to be rare. Nuclear power plants, that's a while off. And again, if we... That's probably not something I want to... yeah, that doesn't... Those really don't need to be quality, I think. Already are pretty space efficient as is nuclear plants. Batteries, copper cable, low densities, some weaponry. I don't think we need these copper plates for anything ever really, so let's just make them into batteries. So we can get our accumulators and laser turrets faster. You know, after we complete military science, which we have almost started to build already, actually, as a matter of fact. That's good. We're on schedule. Mining productivity 2 is almost completed, and we also have almost started doing military science. Building military science. Not gonna need any of that. I predict we're not gonna need any of that copper. Thanks, Flinks Essel, for the third month subscription. Laser turrets officially confirmed, yes. The personal vision stuff, but that is way off in the future. You need yeah, but you need to activate like a pump or something. The steam tank just reached the level of the steam. You need a connection between the accumulator and the pump, not the tank. You're reading the level of the accumulator, and if that drops below, then you switch on the pump. But I cannot put the pump between there because the pump isn't doing anything. Not in the current design anyway, and I'm not about to redesign the entire thing. Alright. We'll also just fill up these again. Those should have been fast ones as well. Ah no, that's fine. These need to go half the speed. Alright. And since we're here anyway, we might as well take the rare stuff. Doesn't quite fit. Let's leave some iron then. We'll take all the copper. I was thinking I was going to be cheeky and use my trash slots to bring home everything, but that's already blocked. It's full. That is full. Right. Deviation complete? Question? Should I already start making accumulators? I have 2000 batteries, or I have 10,000 batteries. Accumulators take a long time to make. I think we should start the first batch no matter how long it takes. Don't need to wait for that. Let's take 10,000 batteries and 4,000 uncommon iron plates. $12,000. We already have 12,000. Okay, we'll take 12,000. Does that divide by 8? 60 slots. We'll take... It needs to divide by 8. 50 stacks also doesn't divide by 8. 120 divides by 8 though. Needs to divide by 16 ideally. Right. We'll take this then. $9,600. It. Okay, that's why I couldn't do it from the top of my head. I thought it would be a nice number, it's not. Alright, so we're going 10k then. And 4,000. Let's go 10k and 4,000. Alright, that's our first accumulator thing. 10k baht into Akku. Alright, let me read through chat a bit to see if I am misunderstanding the fluid stuff. So accumulators activate last. Steam power takes priority over accumulators. So what you need to do is switch off steam power, right? So the accumulators get drawn empty, but I cannot switch off steam power. I would be able to switch off steam power if I had designed this power plant to go from the boilers to the steam plants and then from there pump it out to the steam engines, but I didn't. It's just connected directly. This was an early game setup. It's connected directly, like literally it goes into the not super directly, but there is no space to first pump everything into here, especially not at the throughput limits required. We've got like, this is a lot of steam, 39 a second times 400 steam engines divided by pump. That would be like 13 pumps of throughput. There is no way we can fit that in here to run the power. Turn off water pump. Turn off water pump would work. Yeah. Holy smolies. Turn off water pump would work. But it would still empty out my entire steam buffer before the accumulators activate. And then when the accumulators are depleted, this won't switch. It will switch on again, but it won't have the reserves to keep powering. Not for more than a couple seconds. Because it just directly grabs the belt from, or the coal from the belts. And then the coal intake is not going to be enough. It's just one red belt. Yeah, I think we don't need to do that. I don't think there's any reason. To try that. What we are gonna try is to make better accumulators in our hand-fed quality assembly area. 16 chests. Might have this up. That's 3 passes. 600. That is not gonna match up, obviously. So what we'll do is we'll just prepare already for the next one as well, the next 10k batteries. Just grab another 4k more. Now it will match up. Right, that's all iron. Got some batteries left over. Okay. Water stacking it is. Right. Here we go. Let's see, as always, do we get a rare one on the first go? Seems unlikely. Oh, we got one. We got two. That's like a 1 in 3 chance to get one from one assembler. And we got two on the first go. Streamer lock confirmed. My game files must be altered. Or not, we are still stuck with a 2 after making 4 cycles. Alright, that's gonna go on for a while. Meanwhile, we can then finally go out and do the mining thing we were supposed to do or something. So battery production should be good again. Battery back up to 135 a minute. So by the time we come back, we probably can do the second batch of accumulators. Then we can place the accumulators and we will have enough accumulators to switch off the steam power plant for forever. I might be able to do like a... I don't think I can do like a... I can do the normal way, of course. I cannot do it the normal way. What I might be able to do is just fill up the steam tank like it is now. And I just disconnect it. I can like... rotate one of these things or something. And then I have just a battery of pumps firing steam back into the system only if the accumulator is below a certain value. So basically a one-time trigger in an emergency. It's not going to be a automatic system, it's a one-time backup. But that could be possible, and then I could just, if the situation is solved, I can flip the pumps, pump the steam back into the system before disconnecting it again. So it needs to be reloaded. It will only fire once, then it needs to be reloaded, but I think that's possible. For now we're going to keep it normal though, because we don't have accumulators. So let's stop daydreaming and start hiking. I suppose I didn't do anything since the last save, so let's just go. Saves come for more. Why don't you just research power switch and use that? The problematic word in that sentence is the word just. It will cost us like almost 2 hours of researching. To get that unlocked. Which is not a deviation I want to make right now. This belt is looking sad, man. Oh, I forgot to... I have a lot more miners. I'm not gonna need that many for this. I have enough miners for what I need to do down there. Walking into the cliff of death again. Where are we going? We are going here. Oh, no. Okay, they didn't hit the walls. I was, of course, trying to reach-chat again in this moment. I should not try to reach-chat again in this moment. I'm going to die. Okay, Worm's more screaming than shooting today. This thing still should be off. 35-87% still. Is this one off already as well? No, this one should go forever. This one should be off. But not quite yet. 6.9k, so it's gonna run a bit more. It's gonna switch over at 8k. Where am I going now? I am going down. So first we bring power down. Actually, if I just switch on the... If I switch on the distant iron mine, which is now running on solar on the regular power network, that'll probably do for red signs, because we just needed a lot more than 60 mine. We just need a lot more than 60 miners for red signs, because it was shutting off in the night, but it won't shut off in the night anymore. After we are done with this, I think we're just gonna grab power from oil field. Thanks, Useria, for the raid. Are you playing Victoria as well? I don't recall seeing your name. Alright, if I hook up the accumulator, if the charge is below 75%, it'll basically switch on every night. I guess I could have a little bit of effect. I think I'll just wait until I have enough accumulators to rely on, and then just make the one-time backup kind of thing. Speaking of, hello. Right, we focus a little bit. We are in dangerous territory, as evidenced by the screams. Where am I going? Probably want to go north actually. Switch to north of the belt. This is gonna be a mess. There we go. Zigzaggy switch to north. We're gonna need a lot more belts coming past here. God, they're all gonna have to be diagonal belts then. Oh, these power lines are gonna have to be symmetric as well. I can already feel it. It's not gonna be the case. Cannot be one longer. It's a too far. Alright, we can make a compromise in the middle. Right, I am in dangerous territory. I kind of forgot about that. Is that the middle? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. There is no middle. Alright, now this is the middle. There we go. Symmetry. Right, and then we go down here. Doesn't matter which way of the belt. Probably not. I think I'll go left. Oh, we're not very far. I think the bot. This is a job for the bots. Right, now I can walk down semi-safely. I'm gonna zoom out. This is a little bit of a scary passage, I must admit. Alright. Okay, I'm safe here. Dist miners. Now that is connected to the power network. Can get rid of this solar field down here. What is missing? A repair pack. Yeah, no, I think I can repair that, but I will do it myself. Because of that. More of these miners have run out than I imagined. We started with 100 miners on this side of the patch over here. And we've got left 67. 33 miners have been depleted from this ore patch already. You can see there was a belt here before. 24 million was what it started out at. 5 million already mined. That's not bad. Maybe I should have set up more patches earlier in the game like this. But then again, we would not get our quality ore if we did. Yes, now we got power coming. So I got a lot of these dot symbols. All of these dot symbols represent areas where I thought I could mine some ore and get away with it. Not a significant amount, less than half a belt, but just a couple scraps. This one as well. This one as well. And then 2 coal patches here. So we got a lot of patches concentrated here where we can attempt to sneak mine something from. I'm not sure if it's really necessary, since at some point we're going to be able to hopefully... maybe not right here. These are behemoth worms. There's a lot of behemoth worms. Each of them have 15,000 effective hit points against laser turrets. So maybe not here anytime soon. Okay, so it has sense. It makes sense to mine, to sneak mine from these patches. But probably lots of my early game stuff is going to be invalidated, like this entire routing. Because I can simply neutralize the expansions now, or pretty soon at least. Like 20 hours from now and I will be fine. And then I can just mine this normally. It is nice that not the entire map is covered with like expansions literally everywhere. I guess the case in some of the more remote areas. Right. So then becomes the question: how many miners can we place like right next to this base, right? I'm gonna guess like we can count actually. This is a task for the bots though. I cannot really get it in vision. Yeah, I don't dare stand this close by, man. They're right there. I'm gonna stand in this cliff right here. I think that's a safe distance. Okay, so what we need is efficiency moduled miners, which are not gonna be attacked. They gotta be in this chunk. Because so they gotta be in this chunk. Because from this chunk pollution has 1, 2, 3 chunks to spread to this red square. 1, 2, 3 chunks to spread to this red square. If we mine from this chunk, there's only one chunk between there without any trees at all. We still got some trees in here as well. And very importantly, we don't have any biter bases in this chunk. This biter base is located on the right. This biter base is located on the bottom chunk. So this chunk is clear of biters, funnily enough. So we're gonna try to mine some of this edge over here. Let's just place the dot there. So how much can I do? I guess we can kind of calculate, perhaps. If we assume no forests, I think the grassland does like 1.1. Need some grassland. We are on grassland. Grassland. Something like that. Yeah, okay, so this is a pure grass chunk. Pollution absorption 1.11 per minute, without any forests. If we got a couple trees on there though, it already goes up by quite a bit. These trees are dead as well, most of them, mostly dead. It's just a couple trees, it goes up. But say it's 1.1. We have a mining drill produces like 2 pollution a minute, which means if we count like the 5 chunks where the pollution will spread, that is like a pollution absorption capacity of 5.55. So even in this chunk, if we only had this chunk, we could place 2 mining drills theoretically, which produce 4.4 pollution a minute, and the terrain would absorb 5.5 pollution a minute, which means it would never spread to this base. So this behemoth worm can live in peace. Here we got an extra chunk though. That is going to be, I'm not going to place dots all over. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 chunks. 5. Let's count different. 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 3 plus 1. So 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 13, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, 13. 13 chunks times 1.11. That's 14.43 divided by 2.2 pollution a minute per mining drill. Sorry, no. We are at the absolute minimum. Let's just start from scratch. 13 chunks which absorb 1.11 pollution a minute. And then we divide it by 2 pollution per minute for the mining drills. They have space for 3 efficiency slots. Okay, I don't need to do that in the calculator, I suppose. It's 7 mining drills. So technically we should be able to place 7 mining drills on here, even if there was no forest. So there is a couple trees on there. I'm gonna say we can get away with 8 mining drills on here. I just gotta figure out which are the richest ones. 52k, 109k, 90, 50. There's a weak spot in here. Alright, so we could actually spread it out a little bit more. That's 7. This is weak. That is pretty weak. Maybe if you just spread these out. I'm a little bit scared here. Yeah, 1.11 a minute. Just quickly wanted to see that. So to properly test this, these mining drills have to run always. So we first gotta make sure they can run always. Which means we have to balance this. Then we just for now, not for now, not for now. We're just gonna put a belt next to this. And I think we can... No, we cannot outspeed that. Let's not walk through this opening more times than we need to. We're just gonna mix it in for now with the red science belt, and we'll just prioritize the input from the mine. This is all temporary. So let's not worry about it too much. Alright, and then we just input priority from our new mining drill. That should keep going then. Alright, so let's try that. That is proper sneak mining. Stealthy sneak mine, I guess, in plain sight. There is not really much hiding. Alright, and then we'll just stick around a bit. I'll read through chat a bit because I've been ignoring you. Sorry about that. What else is new? We'll flop it on. 8 mining joules of pollution. That's quickly gonna... get out of the counter there. It's quickly gonna go up to 15 and spread. But I think it will reach an equilibrium before it reaches the biters. So again, we want... basically what we want is we don't want any pollution build up in a chunk next to a biter base. If that is building up, it's eventually gonna spread. But if it goes like this, where it just spreads to the chunk, disappears, and then just spreads to the chunk again after some time, that is good. That is infinitely stable. But if it builds up, like in this chunk, it's eventually gonna spread. We can afford the spread here because we with great risk and way more trouble than it was worth. No, it was worth it in the end, but we disabled this biter base with 2 big worms and some other behemoth worms shooting at us from afar in the early game. That was quite an ordeal. Alright, so we have spread one chunk. This is building up, as you can see. It's not being absorbed. Again, 8 drills, 16 pollution a minute. This absorbs only 5.5. So we need one more spread, and hopefully that will be good. I misjudged one thing. This is not gonna spread only there and there. It's also gonna spread here. Actually, we're probably gonna get pollution buildup in this chunk, so I'll probably have to take down a couple mining drills here. Because if it builds up over here, that is next to the chunk. It spreads from both of these. We'll see how that goes. It looks like we have a little bit of time. I can remotely switch these off by marking them for deconstruction. At least if I have a raider here. I just should have a raider here in general. Which also covers the... I suppose this is fine, this chunk. Okay, so now we can keep an eye on it. This is connected to the power network from the base, so it will never black out. We can always do some micromanage controlling. Looks like it's going to take a while before we can actually see the equilibrium. So for now we'll leave it on. We'll just go do the next one. As planned, it is being prioritized. Like I said, it's not much. Like 8 miners, but no, 8 miners here, 6 miners there. Will add up. In fact, let's do this one as well. I forgot to read the chat. We're at 47%. Have we started? In our mind, we have started to prepare for military science. My brain is already getting ready. Yes, how is the situation here? Situation here is... There is the fighter base, and in the chunk right next door is iron. So we probably want to mine from this chunk only. Because from here it spreads to here, which has a lot of forest. And then this together spreads to here, which has a lot of forest. And then this one will spread to here a little bit. This probably will not spread, but this has forest as well. So probably only this edge right here. Again, I don't think I should come too close by. The fighters are literally right there. How many mining drills here though? Yes, we just gotta test this here. There is no other way. We don't know how much pollution this tile absorbs because we don't know how many trees there are and whatnot. That's barely anything. Okay, let's not do that. That is bad for the experiment. I think this is definitely too many miners. We might just how much is this? 1.2k. We might just mine this just to start it up a bit. Even use a normal power network. So that is definitely gonna be too much pollution, I'm pretty sure. Alright, we're gonna get the first spread, then we can pretty quickly see if it starts building up in here or not. If it spreads and then disappears, it's good. If it spreads again before it disappears, it is not good. That's basically how simple it is. Gotta spread to 15 though before we can see anything. Yeah, we're going here. We're just gonna go straight. $14.4, we gotta keep an eye on it a bit. I suppose we'll do a similar thing. Right. First spread has happened, so 0.3 pollution spreads to every tile. This pollution absorbs 2.15 a minute, that's already gone. It was not absorbed by a biter base. This absorbs 1.1, that was already gone. This gets 0.6 in the spread though, it's just spread again. Yeah, we get 2 doses in this chunk. 0.6, 0.5, 0.8 probably. Yeah, 0.8. Okay, so it is building up right here. That is not good, because as soon as it stops building up, as soon as it reaches 15, it will spread onto the biters. There are still some small biters nearby, so those will probably get sent to the attack first, since I believe the pollution needed thing is already decided on. The pollution needed 4, yeah, so if this biter base absorbs 4 pollution, it will send a small biter to attack. Not a problem normally, but we cannot use turrets, so that is a problem. But we definitely have too many drills in here. I'm just gonna let it build up a little bit before we switch it off. I'm gonna switch this one on as well. Right. That's gonna be stealthy mine too. Oops, I almost loaded. There we go. That is definitely going to be too much pollution. Right, so how do we test this properly then? It doesn't disappear immediately from this chunk, so even though it looks like it's on the biter base, it's actually not. The force is absorbing it. It gets absorbed immediately if it's on a biter base. I suppose I can just switch them off like this for now. If I switch off my roboport, I won't accidentally deconstruct them. Let's switch off one. See if the problem persists. Here, we're already spreading. This spreads to 15. This force absorbs a lot, but not enough. It doesn't go down to 0 before it spreads again. So that is not good. Is this working already? It is. Okay, so it should not be backing up. The miners have to keep working. Let's see. 2.2, 2.1, 2.3, 2.2. Alright, so it's now 2.1 to 2.3. We'll check back in a bit. We'll check back in a bit if it goes up or down, or if it stays stable. It has to disappear basically. 2.4. Looks like it's still going up, so we need to deactivate one more mining drill for sure. Now let's just keep watching then. 2.5. Okay, it's still going up. Deactivate the second one. So we say 2.3 to 2.5 then. 2.5. Right, how is it going here? 3.5 already, that's definitely too many. Thanks BCP 610 for the $5. No message. Read out. What is the hours on the save? We are at 186 hours and 19 minutes at the moment. The first half was spent basically mostly not building a base, but accumulating the land, securing the resources, which is why we can now do this. That's why there are no biter expansions everywhere. Alright, so we need to switch off a couple miners here. 6.2, that's at 6.2, 6.4. So let's switch off 3 of them. 6.9. We saw 6.9 on there. 7.0. Okay, if it goes up from 7.1, I saw 7.1. Looks like it's still going up. Okay, we need to deactivate more. Let's see how. Let's try to get it go down first because it's getting a bit scary. That's not too bad given the tactics. It was pretty bad though. I've literally had like. It's not yet out in on the YouTube series, but there's been like 6 streams in a row of just doing the same thing over and over again. I don't think I want to do that ever again like that. I think we're going down now. 7.1, 70. Give me a 69. Give me a 69. Come on, tile. Give me a 69. You know you want to. There it is. Right, we go down. Okay, so 5 mining drills, it goes down. Let's do 6. 6 active ones. Is it going to go up again? Let's check the other one. The other one is 2.3. 2.2. This might actually be ever so slightly going down. 2.4. 2.6 though. Okay, we don't know if it's going down. It's too early to tell. 6 mining drills. 7.3. This is going up again. Okay, we found the sweet spot. We found the sweet spot. Sweet spot is 5 active mining drills. So probably just not gonna. Yeah, we are not gonna mess around with mining up stuff over here. Now, those should have stayed, obviously. That's perfect, really. $122k, so it's 5 mining drills. The weakest one has 68k. We still can mine on this side as well if we want to later on. We can switch that one over to here eventually. In fact, we can already place it, but that's not a long time with 68k under the weakest one. So we have found the sweet spot. Let's watch. It's 8.0 now. It should go down again. This is it going up or is it going down? It's hard to tell. Maybe it's just stable like this. Almost exactly spot on. So we are gonna go reclaim that then. Yeah, it picked it up. Suppose we'll move this one over to here. Oh, that's gonna produce a lot of pollution for a little bit of time before the efficiency modules are in. 2.3, 2.5. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this. 2.5 is the highest we've seen. This was 8. It's going up. Why is it going up? I thought 5 minus was the sweet spot. Well, it is going up. Maybe it was 4. Was it 4? Mining productivity finish. I think I will almost will start on military science as soon as mining productivity finishes. Apparently. Ooh, no, don't come so close. Oi, oi, oi. It's going up. Looks like maybe it was just 4 mining tools then. Okay, let's get rid of the weakest one. Nine. Hopefully now it goes down again. Right, this one's going down again. We need to like really overly fine-tune this because we're just gonna walk away and trust that this works forever. There's no way we're gonna keep an eye on like 75 different pollution sources all over the map and hope for the best. It just has to work. Just like these half belt ones. This is going down. This seems stable. If it goes up so slightly that it will take a very long time. It needs to spread to this style like 14 times before a nest can absorb the required 4 pollution. So I think we're gonna be good. We're just gonna look back after a long time. In fact, I'm gonna go on dinner break soon, so we can just leave that running. And after the dinner break, we can check if the number has gone up or down. That is probably good enough. For now, though, I have a couple minutes left, so let's bring the belt up here. We should keep it running. It's gonna be a little bit of a weird thing. So we output priority to the right. I suppose this will for now come in here as well. So just so we keep the flexibility for now. We're gonna set this one to, can do it remotely these days. To go straight as well. Yeah, but we didn't build the belt, so sucks to be me. Output priority to the right. All the ore goes on the belt, which goes straight. We can start bringing this back. We also have some copper. We do not want the copper. Do we want the coal? I think we can mine like maybe a full belt of coal from these two patches combined. Oh. We've got an expansion group here. One which didn't expand. I don't see something moving. But there should be a biter right here. Okay, there he is. Small splitter. He is moving. Sometimes it happens. They get stuck in the forest somehow. And then this group just ends up waiting forever. If I kill this guy, these guys will actually start expanding. So if I go here, I probably should kill this guy first before this guy triggers on me. Interesting stuff. Right. I'm very safely being transported upwards by my belt. Past these giant biter bases. Nothing going on here. No side tracking going on. Everything is fine. That could have been very bad. Alright. So this is gonna come up here. We want to bring that back to the base, but we'll bring that back to the base a little bit later, I suppose. We want to be on the south side. And we do not want to be there either. I really gotta be careful. A bit more. You know what? That's nice though. We can bridge that gap now. And this is a nice job for bots as well. That's what bots are developed for, building diagonal bases. I think that's the secret real purpose of bots. This is not going to be possible. Even with the undergrounds, we're gonna have to go past here. Alright, that's far enough. We first gotta build the other iron mine as well. Okay, the ore is flowing though, so that's good. And then we gotta supposedly meet it up with an ore belt from over here. We're just gonna have this ore on it. That's gonna be a half belt. Apparently, I don't remember if I tested that. I think I tested this because this is pretty specific. 50-50. 3 chunks to spread over there, 3 chunks to spread over there. If we just build out the entire patch, do some clever setups with priority splitters, we can probably rebalance it after the fact a bit. Okay, still the verdict is not clear on that chunk. 2.3, 2.4. It should keep working for a while though. So yeah, I'm gonna go on dinner break. This time I am gonna reload. Dinner break. So after the break we'll check the state of the final miner here. We got a 2.2, but now we're gonna get 2 spreads quite quickly after each other. It's gonna go to 2.6 perhaps. 0.5. It's gotta be significantly lower than that to have any sort of faith in that. Save here. I'm gonna read. Let's keep the pollution values on, I suppose. Let's enjoy the blinking lights. Oh, the blink, that's the flickering labs. That's about as many labs as you're ever gonna see active on one screen. $1K SPM. There we go. 4 hours to mining productivity. We have almost started. We're more than halfway. We have almost started on military science. We're about to start. I think in the second half of the stream we're gonna get started after, you know, getting distracted a bit more. But yeah, we'll see about that. I'll be back in roughly 20 minutes or so. The atomic bomb is still in there in the prereqs, but we haven't figured out yet if we're actually gonna do that, because that's 83 hours at 1K SPM. A little bit long to just wait around. We might just take the biggest vital base and then call it a day. Declare victory, a moral victory at least, and get off of the planet without spending all that time. If we prove it's possible, it's possible. I think that's good enough. We don't need to bother with bothering you with 100 hours of waiting for things to complete and not much else. Right, so I'll be back in roughly 20 minutes or so. See you. Alright, did I leave the mouse on toggle exoskeleton? I hope not. Man, this is quite a view, huh? Maybe not for 20 minutes, but... Go get them before the expansion happens. If all goes well, they should be stuck in an infinite loop. Let's see where it was again. Far south over here. Yeah, this guy is basically stuck forever. They probably started expanding tens or who knows, maybe even 100 hours ago. That one spitter there, he will never be able to. He's stuck in an infinite loop basically. He will never join those guys. We'll experiment with that, see if they actually will start to expand or not. As soon as we kill this biter, let's see what happens. Maybe they will just, if it's too long ago, maybe they just run back to a nest or something. Do you want to see me build a 10k SPM base? I literally just finished a 10k SPM base in Factorio 1.1 of all things. So when it was actually still hard. Been asleep, what happened recently, we built batteries. Let's actually check the accumulator tally. These things are finished for now. We have gotten in total 2000 accumulators, 73 rare ones. Pretty close again to the 3.2% thing. So we can start to build those as well once we're back at the base. More ideas to postpone military science, the more the better. Maybe we should start military. It takes so long though. Just placing some accumulators doesn't take that long, but military science is an 8-hour project, if not more. Thanks. What is the bitrate? 1 BS per second. Alright. Yeah, we got some problems today with the bitrate every now and then. Thanks, Olikask, for the 16th month subscription. Did you change your name? You inspired me to start a 100 times challenge on Space Age yesterday. No biter expansions. Good decision. I thought it will be easy, but oh boy, it will take a while. Yes. It took me 3 hours to get gun turrets. Yes. Because there was a medium-sized biter base, 3 chunks next to the iron field. Alright. But but I still think I'll be able to catch up with you before you leave Norvis, alright? Maybe. I just play this once or twice per week. Although for quite a long time, I suppose. So, yeah, we'll see. Maybe you will. Maybe humanity will colonize space before I go to space in this game. Sounds very plausible. Right, I got a great moment of truth. Is there more or less than 2.5 pollution in this chunk? You know, I think it's going down. We saw 2.1 before, but it didn't stay this long on 2.0. Okay, it's going down. It's going down. Ever so slightly. 1.9 even. Look at that. Now we're gonna get 2 bombs though. 8.1. Okay, it's going down. It's going down. So no pollution buildup is happening in a chunk next to a nest. All the pollution is going down here. That means we can run 6 miners here. And 5 miners here. This was 8 pollution before. That's also going down now. Sorry, 4 miners here. 4 and 6, 10 mining drills. Here we should be getting half a belt. Which is another 28 mining drills or so. 26 after this one completes. And we're gonna set up another belt with some coal, I suppose. Now that we're here anyway. I suppose this one we can mine, maybe some of this as well. This is pretty far. Yeah, we can do some belt weaving over the water. No, let's not. We'll not grab coal there. You know, we'll not grab coal at all. Let's get a move on. We don't need coal at the moment. Iron though, we do need it. But coal we don't need. So yeah, let's just go. Load back the save because we don't have any time to lose. Yeah, I just saved here, so this is now left behind in the correct configuration. 6 on there, 4 on there. I feel like I'm playing Age of Vampires again. 6 on iron, 4 on sheep. Alright. I don't think there was iron in Age of Vampires though. Anyway, we're gonna go that way. Looks like we have designated the bottom belt for iron then. I probably should switch on the minimap again. So we can see if we are about to meet our death. It's easier to place power lines and stuff when you're zoomed in. But it's very hard to actually place them in a straight line, man. Let's just do this. Can I walk north of this cliff? I think I can. We can sneak through here. All of these belts are not connected either. Yeah, we'll stay on the north side. Not really that much danger in this area. That's far enough away. Alright. So we're going down. Can go here. There was an expansion pretty close to the bell though in the south. That expansion definitely got there after I placed that bell there. Let's scout the... Okay, there is something... Oh, that's this. That is just this base, alright. Still pretty far from that expansion in the south. That's from the copper anyway. Don't really need to do anything about that at the moment. We'll deal with those guys though. I'm curious. Here we're just gonna build like a 50-50 thing. We want to get half a belt of iron out of here. I should actually... Yeah, I think we're done. We're done with counting... We are done with counting how much iron quality saves us, I think. Especially with these weird patches where we are mining like portions of the patch. It's not really going to be very easy to keep track of that. Right. So we have an efficiency module on, this one. Switch off the grid. This boat looks pretty scary. 1, 2, 3, 4 chunks. 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Here then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4. Again, this one is not part of the biter base, this chunks. We are 4 chunks away from the biter base. So despite having no forests, we might be able to get away with a full half belt. I'm just gonna mine the entire patch here and artificially limit the throughput to half a belt. do not want mining drills on the south side of it. And I do want to eliminate the fake mining drills, which we do not need. This one we need. I hear that guy screaming, man, that's so scary. That one we don't need. That one we need. Need. Come to think of it, I probably should spread these miners out a bit more. Only planning to get half a belt off of this. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should not build everything. Can fill it in later. For now, I just want... This is 24 miners. That is plenty for half a belt. In fact, that's almost a full belt worth. I'm overthinking this. We should just do this. The 50-50 mine. In fact... no, that's fine. We can just do this. We gotta do something weird with this though. Here we go. Suppose we'll build it. So easy now with the bots, man. Been so long without bots. Right, we only want to get half a belt off of this, so we're gonna do a strategy which we used in our base. All the way before we had logistics. It's a little bit broken now, but we're gonna sideload the belts like so. Both the same direction. Let's use the belt is there. Let's use this direction. Right. And then basically we'll use a splitter. And since all the ore is on one side of the belt, it will take one ore from this side and then one ore from that side. But I'm gonna do it a bit different even. We're gonna split this in two. Then we're gonna make a 4x4 splitter. Then I can fine tune it perhaps a little bit more. From which side we are taking the ore. I suppose I could also just rotate miners so they don't work. Alright, so now if I want to take 3/4 of this side, I can like input priority this one. Take from left. That is not gonna work, is it? Okay, never mind. It's not gonna work. There we go. Output priority left for Ben the fish. Just for... that. We grab all of this. If we get copper from the south, we can put it on the other side of the belt actually. So let's just sideload this belt here. And the iron is going to be on the top, which is fine. Power, we got power as well. And we want to change this guy for an actual raider. Alright, and now we got this pollution cloud to keep an eye on as well. That's almost a full belt of iron. We can still mine a little bit of there. Maybe we can get a full belt of iron. There's 6 miners here, 4 miners there. It's gonna be hard. If we can get 4 miners on here though, we will have half a belt of iron to complete the full belt. Right, yeah, that's iron mine 3, I suppose. And it is not connected somewhere. Oh god. Alright, that's not iron mine 3. There goes the climax. We'll switch it on remotely then. Anyway, we don't have much to do here. We're just gonna head out. We're gonna play with those expanding biters a bit before we go. We have to connect the belt. Let's actually do the old trick. By now it's an old trick already. Where we put the guardrails up. He's overthinking again, isn't he? Even missed the power. Is it far? That's pretty far. Yeah, we'll fix it on the way out. Alright, so I'm gonna override this save anyway. We can delete this. Save 694. The expansion that never was. Right. Should I use gun turret? There's only medium biters in there. I think I should be able to take him. Alright, let's first see what happens if I just take on that single spitter. So I'm gonna distract him. It's not gonna be very visible that he's gonna be coming for me. If I get in his trigger range, he should aggro on me. Right? He's not noticing me very hard. I cannot really get closer, the worms will have a go at me. I'm literally standing right next to him. There he is. Here am I. You can see my backpack noodle. I'm right here. Oh yeah, that is what I was afraid would happen. And that was a big worm. Alright, let's have another go at that. We're just experimenting here. This is not part of the challenge. Alright, let's I want to free that spitter. He's stuck behind some tree. I'm gonna shoot the tree. He's stuck behind probably like this tree. Okay, there he goes. He's joining the expansion group. Now they will start expanding, right? Let's speed up the timer. Now going faster. Yeah, there they go. Expansion has started. The last spitter has arrived after 120 hours of being idle. And now the biter base expansion. Will they spawn biters according to the current evolution level though? You won't switch it remotely, you replace trailer. Oh yeah, right. They're taking their sweet time. That probably means it's an early game expansion, although it is quite a big group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh, where am I? Okay, he's awake though. That guy was seeing me. Alright, they spawn according to the new to this evolution level apparently. Right? I think if I simply kill the spitter, they will also start expanding. Let's try that. Where is that guy? One chunk higher. Just go here. He's dead. Okay, the spitter is dead. Let's see if they also start now. Yeah, there they go. Expansion starts as well. Alright, good to know. So, if one of the members is stuck, apparently they will wait. At least in some circumstances, they'll wait indefinitely. What are these guys doing? They're just walking around? Maybe they're just walking around. Alright. So now we go for real. Thanks Conkers for the full year of subscriptions. The 4-4 balancer, yeah. I'm a bit behind reading chat as always. I have more lag reading chat than you have watching the stream. Will they even notice? This might be a rare chance, you know, to throw a nice juicy grenade. Oh, that was a good one. I could have triggered a whole bunch more of those biters there by accident. Fortunately, they were on the other side of the nest. That could have ended badly. Okay, now that one spitter has returned. That is the expansion spitter. He's going back and he's joining the nest right here now, since the expansion group is gone. Apparently that got him disconnected from the group, and now he goes back to join a different nest. That could have been one of those migrating biter situations in the early game. Where biters basically went to a nest with pipes, and then from there they could expand into my base. We won't show expansion chunks right now, we gotta switch on the... I can still switch on we have the solar radar, so I can switch it on if it's day. I'm gonna complete both bells on the way out. In preparation for later. We don't care about destroying the forest here. Not past the broken power line connection yet. Alright, both bells connected. Somewhere in this forest. Yeah, here it was. Alright. So that gives us the honor. Too late. Maybe it gives us one more flicker. Probably not. Right, not in time. Alright, we can connect this, then we can still activate it remotely and continue building the belt through the night. Bitrate drop timing at the same time. Bitrate is okay again. Biters are again really exactly at that moment. That is annoying. If the audio came through though, you probably will still know what happened. Alright, that connects the belts completely. This is already diagonaled up to there. We did not do any balancing there. Let's switch that on. Iron mine 3. Who knows, maybe we can do more than half a belt. In that case I can just rotate this. And it will become a full belt. This should back up pretty soon. Because we only have half a belt of possible throughput here. And it will back up all the way to the miners. Okay, we'll draw off the left miners first, then that's fine. We don't really care about that. Now we just need to keep an eye on this pollution. That's also got to be pretty well fine-tuned. I can change this remotely though. I can switch off miners by just doing this. So we'll see how that goes. Where am I now? I'm at the intersection here. Ideally we get 4 miners on here. And we've got 14. We only need 13 for half a belt after mining productivity 2. So that would be good indefinitely. I have to place it in this chunk though. I think that's going to be pretty good. We don't need to cut any forests even. Let me just copy one with efficiency meters. I'm not gonna go in there, that's way too close by. The bytes are literally like on the chunk. 1, 2, 3, 4. We should see pretty soon if this is possible or not. And that's the last one. Again, we gotta get this in there as soon as we can. Where's it coming? It's on the... It's always on the same side here. So if you do that, that will balance. Then we just, for now, quickly feed it in here with input priority. It's only a handful of miners, so that should keep going. Alright, so basically, in this case, the biters are in here, the biters are in here, the biters are not in here though, and pollution should never leave this chunk. Looks like this is the correct amount of miners, since this chunk absorbs 8.5 pollution a minute, and 4 miners produce 4 pollution a minute. That's perfect, we got a full belt of iron out of this area. At least, if this part works, which remains to be seen. We need to wait a bit for that. It takes a while for this to equalize, since it's like a multiple chunk thing. But this is good. That means we cannot place 5 that produce 10 pollution a minute. No, we can place 5. The biters are 1 chunk away. Oh, we can place a lot more then. We can literally... Oh, we should try that. I want to know how much pollution this chunk absorbs. Oh, we got the worms in there though. That's not gonna work then. 7. We can place 3 miners into there. Am I gonna try this? It's gonna be hard. No, we're gonna try do that. I just wanted to mine like straight next to the biter base, but that's just not gonna happen. We can actually do this though. More drills than I expected. Already gonna trigger the worms. That should go down. I don't know why now. How did that build up ever? Ah wait, yeah, it goes higher because the efficiency models were not in there for a brief moment, which makes all the difference. Right, we can get 7 miners out of here. That means we gotta take 2 belts back. We will take 2 belts back then, because it's worth it. Is there any other iron where we can sneak some? I don't think so. That's all the sources which we can mine are mined. Okay, that means we have 1.5 belt in that case. Maybe we can take more than half a belt off here. But we don't need to go super tight on that though. Actually, this is fine. We can just bring 1 belt back to the base and just feed this into signs indefinitely. Like... This is not science, this is science. Alright, then we just bring 1 belt back to the base. This is the half belt, so that... Which one should do what now? This goes into green signs, I think. We'll put this into red signs. That is more than enough stuff into red signs. We can even just try to also fill this belt with what comes out of here. I think we should prioritize green signs really. So we'll output priority this to the left. Feed in here. There's going to be a nice spaghetti mess again. We'll input priority the existing belt. So this will help out. This will basically keep this belt compressed and feed the rest into red signs. That is probably how I want to do it. We'll have to balance this at here. So that means we cannot do copper on here as well. So we gotta do this then, in case we ever decide to throw copper on there without looking. Now we're gonna be fine. Okay, that is all. Now we can bring the stuff back to the base. This is no longer moving because this is not going nowhere. Alright, so I will have to do that later remotely. The last mine will have to keep an eye on remotely. For now though, this is enough belts here. That is quite funny, right? Mining right next to the biters. And being safe. I could build in this chunk here. I could build more miners in this chunk instead of going to that one. It's a little bit scary because of these chunks contain absolutely no trees, both of them. This is kind of funny. I want to get on with it. Believe it or not, probably not. That was unintended. Now we gotta go on top. We gotta go on top. So this belt now goes on top. Alright, we're out of here. Just gonna follow that, or what are we gonna do? No, the expansion prevention thing was a thing here. Just gonna go up in this chunk, all the way up, 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 up. Okay, then we meet this line. Suppose we can go here. And switch sides. Eventually this has to go into here. So it's gonna be its own line. Maybe this one. So then it needs to be on the top side, lefter side. Power line as well. Okay, the copper belt is already here. Again. Just in time, the iron has arrived. Let's keep going. We need to keep ahead of this iron flow now so that that other mine keeps working. I hate how they skip one belt every now and then. Alright, and then we just go on this line, I suppose, at the edge of the cliff. That is fine. Here we will have the dangerous situation. Ah no, it's one turn later, we can just go. I'm walking on the wrong side of this pipe. I suppose by now we should have 8k oil in those tanks. Yeah, 8.1k, okay. That is good, that means the second oil source has switched off as well. So this is priority 3. I guess we'll put it in front. Priority level 3. Higher level is switches on later. That one is idle. This one is priority level 2. That should now be idle. It is, right? Prio level 2. And the new percentage is 2360. And that will stay that way. And And this one is priority 1. And this one is already down to 1813. And I suppose 104. This one basically will keep working, because we don't produce enough oil from the infinite sources. This will always be pumping. Okay, sidetrack finished. Let's continue. Now we are getting into the dangerous area, where I definitely do not want to be anywhere close to the right side. I don't know why I chose this part as my safe part. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, opening. Stay away, stay away. Okay. Alright, we are at the base. From this point we start caring about trees again, since here we are at the edge of the pollution cloud. We just need to get it over here. Let's take a look at this mine. Ooh. Yeah, okay, first it looks okay for now. Now we gotta keep this thing going. Looks like we're doing one of those things again, where we try to read the belt. So we should see that one all the way back here. In fact, this one can go. I think we should scout here. There's going to be a lot of trees. Actually, we can bridge this gap with this one. The rest is fine. Right? Yeah, there we go. It's connected. Oh, we can make a cursed splitter here. Nothing going on here. This is perfectly fine. Iron will come in on this belt. And it's just going to come out over here like normal. Normal situation here. This base is so crazy. Thanks, I think. Okay, we missed something. Alright. What, where? Where? Oh, here. Oh god. Panic mode. Panic mode. Engage. First of all, just like a grease fire, switch off the heat source. Heat source. This. Where are we getting attacked? Okay, it's the wall. We have time. No, we don't. We don't. That wall is part of the... That wall is part of the anti-biter thing. Oh no. Get the stuff ready. Flamethrower, gun turrets, ammo. I think I have a hotbar, this one. Gun turrets and ammo. Won't do much against behemoths, but it will... distract them. Walls. So I can block off the behemoths. I should not die to this. I clutched this out before. Something similar happened, except I deconstructed the wall myself. Is it still far? Oh, it's still so far. Okay, one is free. Even with 2 legs, man, this is a long walk. It's only one biter that's attacking. Okay, switch off the bots. I don't actually want to deconstruct the nest, I just switched off the source of the pollution. It took too long. Did he already free the behemoths? Hey, Pontius are just in time. We are getting attacked. Which never should happen. Looks like that wall was not part of the spawn places for the behemoths. So we got off lightly. But that could have ended very differently. So we have been polluting these biters. It's gonna go on for a bit. An attack group of 1. It's just a little bit, but there goes my science then. Well, not immediately, but pretty soon. So this was too much pollution to have this run like 2 belts, 2.5 belts. 2 belts. Okay, it still goes up to 15 and pollutes the biters. This guy is already the new attack group. Is it only this chunk? It might be only this chunk. We can let's look at this. Debug info tooltips, always interesting stuff. You can see how much pollution is needed for the next biter. It's still 4 pollution needed. Pollution absorbed 1. It's all the way in the bottom here. Pollution absorbed 1, pollution needed 4. 4 because 4 spawns a medium, 4 sends a small biter to the attack group. I think it was predetermined in the early game when the nest was generated. The next one will be either 20 or 80 or 400 pollution, depending on the type of biter that is next destined to join the attack group. This guy is now waiting. How long is he gonna wait? I'm gonna take him out anyway. 5,000 more ticks. Okay, that's like 2 minutes almost. Let's see if any of these absorbed pollution already. None of these nests have absorbed pollution, so this is 14.9, but it's stable. Okay, there he comes. I thought he was gonna wait. He's not gonna wait. Which wall is he gonna attack this time? Okay, that definitely is one which is holding in the spittles over here. So I guess I'm happy he didn't attack that wall. When I was far away. Okay, it's still absorbing pollution. I either have to wait until pollution is going down, or I have to place a defensive turret, which is against the rules. It should go down pretty soon though. Looks like we're gonna be changing out at least one of these modules for efficiency. 14.8, 14.9. Yes, the inertia of the cloud is still going towards the biter bases. I think we can stay around though. So sorry, Pope Pontius, for ignoring you. I was kinda in a hot situation. One of only 2 hot situations which have occurred so far in this playthrough. Maybe reload, you triggered the achievement, which is a nice warning system. The achievement will stay, they are not game... they are not attached to the game. Only things like these, they check the game conditions. But once you get an achievement, you just have it. Alright, if you're still here, Poponkius, thanks for the raid. Yeah, I was just pretty caught up in not dying. I think there's a function now which does the module configuration. Or how it was again. Upgrade from this to this, but you can set a limit now of one module, and then it will only exchange one module, I think. So basically, this, I don't know why they not just adopted the module inserter, like the module inserter mod, which just allowed you to set each machine and the configuration of modules you wanted. But this is something. So now we can, instead of mass upgrading them, I think we can do this. How's it going with the pollution? 15.0, still building. I kind of don't want to 4 out of 4 consumed. Okay, spawn one biter and then try to put a behemoth up there. Then I can go. Okay, I think we can just briefly do this. I need to undeconstruct everything. It will just back up to here. Now if I grab this upgrade planner, it should replace only one module. Yeah, it does, alright. So if I do this, it's 155 modules. Do I have those? I do. So now each miner does 7 pollution instead of 10. Will that make the difference? I'm not sure. I think I'm just gonna take the hit to my science per minute for a little bit. We are about to connect more iron to the back of that mine. So if I'm smart, I can prioritize, like, I think I already was doing that. I want the full quality if really. We'll just throttle the output to 1 belt, I suppose. Let's go take a look how the biter is doing. He has not joined the attack group yet. Oh no, he did. Pollution needed 80, so that means a big biter is next to... Okay, the attack group is now here. This guy is the attack group. There we go. There's a separate group. All these are attached to the nest. This is the attack group. So if somehow we can distract that biter and that biter only, that's gonna be hard. He's gonna attack in 17,000 ticks from now. I don't want to wait on that. There is no behemoths here though, so we can, as a one-time thing, like build a line of gun turrets as a backrock so we can escape, in case we fail to attract this only biter. Alright, now we're gonna try. Okay, he's alone, come on. Yeah, okay, we got him. Alright, that means we didn't need all these turrets. That is the attack group done for. And now it takes 80 pollution to send the next one. That probably won't be reached. How is it going here? These are all 4. These have all absorbed 0 pollution still. This is going down now, definitely. This was like 16.5 or 17 before. It's gonna go down as well. I think we're gonna be good. But yeah, that was scary. That was scary. I think we're just gonna have we're gonna have to dequalify that mine a little bit. What if I want it or not? That doesn't really matter. We have more iron we need anyway in the short term at least. Maybe I should even do 2 efficiency modules. Let's go 1. We just barely polluted it. We just barely polluted it. We're about to place accumulators as well. It's only temporary. Alright, then we'll just flip 1 belt horizontally, so we will extract only 1 belt. Bit painful, but that is how it's gonna go right now. And we can make the long walk back again. So yeah, we are about to insert new iron, which is prioritized over this iron anyway. I suppose we can technically do a random in the middle of nowhere 4x4 splitter. How do those things look again? Oh, I can do this. Look at that. And we'll just input priority everything that comes from these 2 belts. Means we need to input prio this one and this one. Probably means everything is gonna get consumed anyway, but we can try. That will prioritize this mine up here, or whatever is left of it, over the new one. We have throttled this now. Alright, it's going down. It's going down. 14.5. Alright. So we will probably shortly see the dip in signs per minute, I'm imagining. Unless these furnaces were all full for a long time. We have a bit of extra backlog from here as well. Okay, maybe we won't see the dip. Maybe we are gonna be fine. Why is there no pipe? Oh, there is a pipe. Alright. So yeah, this area is gonna get a bit richer now. Alright, hey, Kould Green. Thanks for the raid. Again, I think. Remember your name. Or maybe it's from the YouTube comment. I cannot really put my finger on it, but thanks for the raid. We just got attacked by unintentionally, because we don't have base defense. We even triggered the achievement for the first attack in the game after 187 hours. Don't think I've raided you before. Alright. Mod author, that might be it. Do we have any of your mods? My mods are these. Calculator UI, elevator, no, music playlist extender, speed control, grid lines, quality, stats key, that's Regard, and visible planets. Anyway, thanks for the raid. That's the ones I currently have. I played other mods as well. But yeah, the name sounds familiar. Right, thanks bots, I suppose. Yeah, this is an often used crossing. I suppose I'll just open that. Where the heck was I with my belt? Somewhere over here. So much for measuring the pollution on this guy then. That guy is dead again. How is the stream going? Yeah, pretty well. Everything was going very well until like 15 minutes ago, when we got attacked on the other side of the base. We have been doing the exploit where we neutralize the biter bases, mostly with pipes, and in the inner part. We can maybe switch over the numbers for now. And a biter started attacking some of that stuff, which could have a chain reaction. Where am I going? This is a valley of death that leads to nowhere good. I need to walk through the Johnnies here again. Bots are too fast for me, man. Wait. No, we were there already. Ah, squeak through, yeah. I used squeak through before. It's been a while though. I felt dirty after using squeak through. Not very vanilla. There's a gap here, and I've been walking through this hole all the time, but there's a gap right here. Alright. You can see I'm a professional because don't look at that. Alright, we were here. Let's continue. Gotta go this way. Alright, we care about trees again, so forgot about that. Probably we gotta do the thing again. Didn't we do the thing again already? Probably I forgot to do the thing again because I got distracted. Guardrails up, that means it's connected. Suppose we go here. This tree is gonna go. Ah, this is the oil line. We were planning to go here eventually, looks like. So maybe we just turn here. Yeah, we're just gonna use a red one. Because we can. This is wishful thinking, probably. It connects. Okay, good for us. Where is that mine? It's over there. Probably we go about here. Just until the end of that forest and then turn. Let's do some more wishful thinking. That has got to be too wishful. That's too wishful. Are we there yet? It's the next forest. We're gonna need another... no, that one just crosses with a normal belt, alright. We are at the mine. Basically, I want to feed it in here. Partially in here. Does it really matter? No. We're gonna feed it in there as well, though. Where is it? Here. It's already no longer connected. I missed something. You probably didn't. Yeah, I see. Not connected. There happens to be a gap in the belt there already. Alright, that does it. Where is the iron? Is it far? It's not that far. Not far at all. Alright, that's a good moment for a save then. For Mr. Editing Mike. Remote iron scraps connected. Let's take a look. Okay, it's gone down to 8 now. Probably because we switched it off for a while, so now the momentum needs to build up again from the mine. How about here? That's gonna take a while again to build up as well. Just gotta keep it going, which we will. It's coming now. So these belts are gonna look a bit fuller after we are done with this. You can also try to rebuild this mining patch to have more mining drills again, since... Actually, maybe not. We are pushing our luck again. There it goes. Old density. New density. Doesn't look like much when you spread it out over 4 belts. I know, it is visible. Like, this is the old density, this is the new density. There's a big difference there. Can I feel good? Can I feel good about myself? There's a big difference there. You can clearly see the difference. You can really look at this. This is much, much fuller than this. Worth it. Definitely worth it. Yeah. I've convinced myself. Alright? Alright. That deserves a cup of coffee. Right. So... gotta keep the values on. It's down to 6. We'll have to keep an eye on that again. Means we probably have to connect another remote iron or something. Or at least another iron source or whatever. Green signs. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. I suppose we could hook up this one. What do we still have? There's copper there. We don't need copper, we need iron. Got like some good iron over here. How are we going to connect that though? We can just connect that next to the coal. That's going to take... it's like we're not starting military science. It's gonna be a while before we can do something against those biters. So I either gotta go efficiency module. Maybe this is okay though. Let's try it. We don't need to throttle two things. So this is basically 30% less pollution, which might just do the trick. 30% less pollution compared to before from that mining patch. Plus a belt of ore, which is not gonna run out basically ever. Alright, this is the new density. Yeah, that looks much fuller, man. That looks much fuller than this. And we are definitely not supplying the 5.5 belts without that one belt of iron from there. So I suppose that is just how it is at the moment. Stuff is running dry. And if it builds up again, we'll have to put more efficiency modules in there, so be it. We can qualitize later. We'll have better quality modules later on anyway. So, no, we're not gonna do more iron, I think, for now. I could add another parallel belt. Mine more in this chunk. I think I won't. Yeah, we won't. Let's go. Let's go back to the base. And I've got a lot of garbage. How do I get one of those? Get them stretch and hydrate. That's a good plan. Hydrating with coffee. Still 1k SPM. Somehow. I just throw some stashes of iron in the green science assembly area real quick, so I can keep my nice graph. Nobody will know it was hand. That was added to by hand, right? Suppose I should show this in the green science smelteries then, but it's just maybe a little bit too much. This is getting full. This is getting full. Okay, panic stuff away. Repair packs, landfill, what else? Raiders, gun turrets, ammo. We hardly used any, so I'm not really gonna replenish that. This is complete. Walls and grenades, I suppose. Those are there. Alright, good enough. Modules, tons of belts, which I didn't need. Tons of undergrounds, which I didn't need. Power lines is fine. I suppose that's about as good as we want to have the inventory. Okay, let's bring some iron over to green science. How's it going here? 293k steel, man. That's a lot of steel. Now, all of this takes iron, except the copper cable. Right. 4800 iron. Sounds like a lot, but it's not. Got 5.5 belts of iron. Each belt produces 900 a minute. So that's already, that is like 1 minute of iron. A full chest of iron is 1 minute of iron. But that just might do it. There is only a small break in the supply of iron here. Especially since some of these furnaces still were full. And we got productivity models in there, so we don't need fully full belts. Just need mostly full belts. We do see a gap in here though. I think it's too late. We will be dipping a bit. 998, we are dipping. Ever so slightly. We were right exactly not in time, I think, with that. Let's just see. We'll see how it goes. How goes the speed run? A lot of running, not a lot of speed, basically. That is what it sums up to. Alright, I spent all my pipes. Something. So yeah, business as usual, basically. I'm out of the flamer. That's a good tip. Why is he using old furnaces? Because I'm sentimental. I'm old. This is Red Science, man. Red Science has all the good old stuff. This is pretty original for a design, as we couldn't research logistics before setting up 3 furnace stacks worth of production for Red Science. Logistics cost 20,000 Red Science packs. So we did it in a way that did not require logistics by side-loading the belts. So this is basically our OG area. It's not going to get modernized. Cold transfer from the old belts. I suppose all of this can go. Let's do a little bit of base cleanup with our bots. Now that we got the opportunity. Can I just do that? Eee, that is a good question. That might just destroy everything. Can bring a power line next to this chunk. I not built in there yet. That's fine. Okay, now we got a redundant power line. So when I deconstruct this, nothing will happen. This has got to stop here. It's a lot of coal. That's gonna take the bots some time. Then they shouldn't have become bots. Not too bad. Yeah, we're even doing base cleanup now. Look at that. We are modern. Alright, that looks okay. Probably should match up these power lines. Ooh. Might have disconnected that for a moment. Yeah, for a moment. No. Yep. Okay, happy. Let's go. Right, coal. Bunches of coal. Suppose we'll just feed that in these furnaces. Oh. Right. We didn't really dip in science. We were barely in time. Exactly not in time. We're gonna have 59,998 science packs over the 10 hour or over the 1 hour threshold. Yeah, this is... we dipped 1 science pack, man. That single 998, just a little bit too late with the green signs repair. 1 sign spec per hour too late. Probably won't affect things too much, I would imagine. Alright then. Is this backed up again though? Yeah, this is backed up again. How is pollution looking then? Okay, has retracted fully from the chunk for now. How is pollution down here looking? This is the important question that we still had to figure out. Pollution needs to be not building up in a chunk adjacent to the biters. This is now spreading and dissipating very fast before it spreads again, so that is good. This as well. This one might be building up, but it's building up very slow. There is no biter base in this chunk. I think we are good here with half a belt, but I don't think I can do much more than that. So I suppose we are happy with the way that we are extracting resources here now. And we can move on to something else. Hallelujah. 9 o'clock. Mike, adjusting power poles to avoid doing military signs. We can do some, like, work on military signs. It would be better as a whole stream, though. I think, yeah, we had the pollution problems. So part of it is the mine, but also part of it is the base. This giant pollution cloud is adding to the pollution from the mining drill in this area. So if we reduce base pollution, you know, hence go place some accumulators. We should first make some accumulators then. We have 2000, we need a couple more. Let's plop those in. And then we could actually have 1,500 pollution per minute less in the base. 2000 pollution looks like. Ah yeah, okay, that is what's going on. That is what destabilized things. This used to be 1.5k a minute. If you look over 10 hours, it was 1.6 now. But now it's more, because we are using more power with the mining productivity 2 technology, 375 megawatts, because all of our labs are active instead of half. So we are producing 500 pollution per minute more on average over the entire day, just from steam power in the night. And that might have just pushed us over the edge here. So yeah, that convinces myself we should do accumulators first. We have another 18,000 batteries ready. That is great. Copper is still good here as well. Is everything working? Everything is working. Wait, what? There's a connection here. Why did this not work for a while? Did I do a major F-up? Suppose we can see it on the power network. If we did. Doesn't look like it. I probably messed up something. That's fine. Batteries. So we threw 10k batteries in there. I suppose we do another 10k batteries then. Already had the iron supplied there. We have 18k now. We'll just take all of it. No, we cannot. 10k it is. We gotta keep, we cannot fill one chest because then one side will stop working. I already threw all of my uncommon copper in there. Did I? Yeah, I did. It is empty. Right. Finally found a good use for the uncommon byproducts, man. That is good stuff. Right. Nice. That's almost 2k accumulators, and we got a bunch of good ones to use on the spaceship. Eventually. 2k accumulators. This should be enough for 4k accumulators. Is 4k accumulators enough? Let's put the calculator there. We do 380 megawatts. We know that 360 megawatts was 6,000 solar panels. So looks like my brain is getting turned into mashed potatoes. Alright, we'll just go with wait, oh, no. I have a problem. So yeah, no, we cannot switch yet. 360 megawatts on solar was enough for sorry about that. 60 kilowatts per solar panel times 6,000 solar panels is 360 megawatts, which is fine. We were using that. We have now got a little bit more, and the night were caught by steam power. So unlike in a traditional scenario, the solar panels did not need to charge up accumulators during the day in addition to powering up the base. The real value for a solar panel is approximately 42 kilowatts, I believe. If you also count up that the accumulators need to be charged during the day next to powering the base at the same time. So the real power we had for solar panels was only 252 megawatts if we run on accumulators as well. We now have 7,800 solar panels, which is 327 megawatts. We are currently doing 380. So that means we cannot simply switch. We will have to build way more solar panels if we want to switch. In fact, let's go 400,000, I suppose. 400 megawatts would not be bad to have in this circumstance. That is like 10,000 solar panels almost. Alright, so let's say we need 10,000 solar panels. That is 420 megawatts, I suppose. 10,000 solar panels. Oh, we're not going to be able to switch anytime soon. Divide by 6 times 5, then we need 8,300 accumulators. We can divide by 2 because we use uncommon ones with double capacity. So we would need at least 4,000 accumulators, a little bit more, and 10,000 solar panels. Which is 2,200 more than I have placed now, if I want to switch. And the problem is that the accumulator switch on. I cannot make them switch on in a normal way without rebuilding my entire steam plant either. So I don't think I want to do all of that. So we still can build the accumulators because we need the buffer for lasers. And if I turn out to be... It's a bummer. There's a lot of solar panels. I don't think I can fit much more in here either. So we would have to build it somewhere else. Could fit much more in here if we could neutralize this base with the laser turrets, for which we need the accumulators. It looks like we'll be switching to actual accumulator power only after laser turrets then. Of course, I could build solar panels anywhere else, but I don't really want to. Okay, we're getting into the chunk again. Is it dissipating in time though? For now it still appears that it is not. Yeah, it is. It is going away before it spreads again. We can temporarily build the solar panels. How big is 2200 solar panels anyway? Oh, it's quite big. I think we can temporarily plop them in our base, but no, that is like this. 2200 solar panels is the size of my lab area. That's not something you just temporarily build for fun. Well, looks like we have no choice but to start on military science then. That's gonna that's gonna up the requirements even more. That means we will be using the steam in addition to the accumulators a little bit, I feel. They're gonna switch on every now and then. If we do 60-second technologies with military science. It's gonna be a while though. The first few are gonna be 30-second, the laser damage things. So 30 seconds, only damage upgrade 3 and 4 are 60 seconds, as well as shooting speed. We are not planning to go for those at first, actually. So we might, no, we will be fine then with military science. We will be fine with military science, because only half of the labs will be active. We've got that 54 extra megawatt to spare. That's going to be enough for military science, I think. If we, the efficiency module, there's not much to military science, which we can do anything about. Where is my stuff? And looks like maybe my head is maybe it's getting time to right, military science. We do want productivity modules in the military science assemblers themselves. So these are gonna be 300 kilowatts or something, producing a lot of pollution. But all the ingredients, they are basically not productivity modulable. This is basically copper straight from the efficiency moduled furnaces, steel straight from the efficiency moduled furnaces times 2, yellow ammo, which is basically just iron straight from the furnaces. None of this takes productivity anyway. Item 2, grenade, even more so. That is just coal and iron straight from the furnaces. And last ingredient, walls, which is more stone straight from the furnaces and not productivity modulable. So I think military science all in all is not going to have that much of an effect on power consumption. Looks like all the bells are backed up again, so that's a good sight. It's backing up as we speak. 1k SPM saved. Yeah, this is going to be cheap in terms of power. It's going to be expensive in terms of resources. I suppose. Is internet connection gone again? Yeah, well, we will use rare assemblers for at least the military science pack, the stuff that gets productivity modules. They're also going to get the good productivity modules. Well, this is just going to get 2 of those quality efficiency modules. With normal assemblers, probably. The builds are probably not going to be that big. Let's take a look. Let's just go take a look at the requirements. 69% on mining productivity is a good moment to switch. We're also on safe 69.8. 69% min prod. Nice, I suppose. Let's look at melee rek. I'm gonna go stand in the middle of the labs. Nice and soothing background sound. Let's get Ben the fish in division as well. Again. A little bit distance from the labs, not too loud. I don't have a lot of leftover ingredients. I have a couple stacks of walls, but like 5,000 walls sounds like a lot. It's nothing. We're gonna need like hundreds of thousands. Just a little bit, but not a lot. We're not gonna use this setup again. This setup is done for. We're gonna build something actual. So, let me quickly... wait, I should get up and stretch. I completely forgot about that. Alright, and I hydrate again. I'm committed. Drinking coffee. So we're gonna go on for a while. I've been streaming not enough for the last couple of weeks. So I kinda wanna make up for it. Still on 69%. Man, this technology is absolutely huge. Let's see if I can mouse over that. So we can get this technology is basically a taste of what it will be like to research the later technologies, rocket silo, thrusters, the planet discovery. Only thrusters is 500k as well. The other two are 1 million, so 16 to 17 hours each. Basically 2 full-sized streams per technology. So it's going to be at least 5 streams to get through rocket silo, thrusters, and the planet discovery by itself. That is insane. If we would do atomic bomb as a prereq legitimately, that by itself would be like 11 streams. So probably not going to commit to that. Yeah, we've spent way too much effort into exactly getting the base to 1000 signs per minute. Way more than I really should have. But oh well, here we are. Nuclear processing is a trigger technology now. But there has been a new technology introduced, which is uranium mining. So tomato. But no, not really. It's more like 2 tomatoes, 1 tomato. Because it's half the price. 100,000 science packs instead of 200,000. Without fast forwarding, but I do a lot of reloading and side tracking as well to offset the fast forwarding, I suppose. You can check right now, check how long the stream has been going, what the timer was at the end of the stream, 188 hours. I think the stream has been going for longer than the amount of progress we made. I didn't do a lot of speed up. We don't do a lot of speed up anymore in general since I've got the exoskeletons. Yes, indeed, the multiplier in the top left corner is the gauge speed multiplier. No, that was not like for real? How sound is gone on Twitch, or was I just temporarily out? Testing, 1, 2 test, Twitch test, YouTube test. Let me know if you still hear me. Okay, I'm back. That was unexpected. Cannot hear you. Weird. Didn't hit any mute buttons. Holding the mic. Alright, I was blabbering a lot as I usually do. But I'm not gonna repeat all of that. Yeah, I was stretching and speaking at the same time. I should know better. To the side of the microphone while it's set to this cardioid pattern. and at a large distance. So yeah, it's just me being stupid. All right, let's do something. Let's do something. But what? I cannot come up with any more reasons to procrastinate. I'm gonna look at the requirement. I was standing there just fine. Okay, let's not lose the time. Let's go back to 69% mining productivity. Not gonna listen to the radar. We're gonna listen to the labs. Stand over here. We're gonna switch to the calculator. Off-screen calculator. Clear the lines for Ben the Fish. Let me just open it real quick. Right here. Then we go there as well. Like so. If the hotkey still works, it does. Alright. So it's still set to factorial 1.1. I still like this calculator though. I'm not sure how far he's getting along with space age. I can just take a quick look. Work in progress. Last update 27 October. Some space age improvements. Alright. Yeah, there's way too much stuff going on in space age. That's why I like to use the default calculator for anything I can. And since we're in the early game, we can. We cannot set quality yet on the modules, I think. So yeah, let's just use vanilla 1. This one. Let's try the 2.0. Right. So this is what we currently have. Except blue science is running on 10% productivity. So we use a little bit less resources for that. Let's compare blue science resource requirements with productivity modules. We have productivity modules on those, 10%. Don't look at the number of assemblers, that is not correct, but the amount of resources will be. We got 12% and all the stuff. Not in chips though, there we do quality. Copper cable is quality, plastics is normal. I think that's it. That is what we are doing. So the raw resource requirements are should be, what was it again, like 12 belts of iron and 9.5 belts of copper or something like that. 7.5 belts of copper. 19.5 belts of resources in total, plus 1.5 belt of coal to make plastics. I should set it to electric smelting, I suppose. So the coal count is right, 1.5 belt of coal. So that's 21 belts of resources, plus oil. Military science. Suppose we need to add it to our list here. At 900 SPM. Here. Open that in a new tab. 7 belts of iron. Doesn't start too bad, right? 2.5 belts of copper, 7 belts of iron, 9.5 belts. But then we get to stone, 10 belts of stone for 5 belts of bricks for 1 belt of walls. That's a lot of stone. Again, set smelting to electric here. Should do that in the default actually. And 5 belts of coal, so that's 15 belts total of stone and coal. 7 belts of iron makes 22. 24.5 belts of resources, which is already more than the 21 belts of blue science without productivity. And after productivity, blue science uses even less. We lose 1 belt of copper. And we lose 2.5 belts of iron thanks to the productivity bonus. That's quite sizable. 3.5 belts of discount just by productivity moduling, science, engines, and the gears for engines. There's a lot of... where's the military science tab? This one. That's a lot of resources. Suppose we'll look at each of them in a vacuum. This is the most complicated one. So red ammo is 4.5 belts of iron, 2.5 belts of copper. 2 of those belts go into ammo, 2.5 go into steel. Basically we can say 5 belts of iron, half into steel, half into copper. Alright. What about grenades? Simple is F, 5 belts of coal, 2.5 belts of iron. Okay, there's not much to see about that. And walls, that is 10 belts of stone. I don't think we can do 10 belts of stone in general. I don't have enough stone patches. There's just no way. Let me just switch over to chat because you're both on my second screen. Why not build 100 SPM, collect military science and a chest buffer? Yeah, I'm leaning towards something like that. But maybe a bit more. Let's check. I mean, once we start researching, we're pretty much gonna go for a while. Laser turret for 150. And then it's the damage upgrades. It's 150 for shooting speed, I think. 50 and another 100. So that's 300k. This one has 400k, at least 400k, maybe 600k. $400k gets us the basics though. That's less than mining productivity. It will take less time than mining productivity to research that. But we probably want to get started soon, or we will have to just research something like low density structure in the meantime while we build up enough military science. I think we should aim for something high. Like, I mean, if we want to do any late game technology, it's always going to be a burst of like 500,000 science, at least. Okay, 200k there. Can we just find this? What does this lead to? Basically, anytime we want something, we need to have enough on hand to actually research it then. If we produce at half the rate, we will need at least half of a technology in stock to research it at full speed. So just to get Power Arm Mark II, we would need 200 military science in stock. If we produce 200, if we produce at half speed compared to the other science packs. There's not much in military science though, just some damage upgrades. I guess the armor. Oh wait, the mech armor. That's a problem for later. 5 million. We're not going to store 5 million. In fact, we haven't even produced 5 million science packs from the start of the game until this point from each type, I'm pretty sure. Searching military science. It only selects those. Alright. So we need 400,000 military science right now. If we would research 360 per minute, if we would produce 360 per minute, that is 1111 minutes. It's 20 hours. That is not great. It's not quite that though, because we will have basically 10% productivity bonus in the labs, a little bit more, but let's pretend it's that. And then we will have 12% productivity bonus in the military science assemblers. So it's going to be 15 hours. At 360 SPM. If it was 450, it would be 12 hours. If it was 720, it would be 7.5 hours. I'm leaning towards either 360 or 720. Do we have space for military science? I think I will. Oh, why was that? The microphone did something weird. Looks like a lot of stuff is doing weird stuff at the moment. Sound still there? I had a big beep in my ears. I'm gonna assume it's still there. 720 is gonna be a pain to set up. 900 is unnecessary, I think. Sound still there, alright, thanks. If we do 450 SPM, 12 hours, we would need to stock up half of the science before we start researching, which is at the moment 200k. 450 has annoying numbers though, if we look over here again. Yeah. Right, we're here. If we would go 450 SPM, we get all kinds of weird numbers, like quarter belts of this and quarter belts of that, 1.25 belts of copper. That sucks. 360 is nice, 720 is nice. This is just 3 belts of iron into 1 belt of steel. This is 1 belt of iron into steel. Either 360 or 720. I suppose we're going to take a look at how many resources we got available. Probably most will be dependent on if we actually have 8 yellow belts of stone available. That is that's going to be the big question. If we don't have that, then it doesn't make sense to set up the rest as big as well. So okay, let's go check that out on the actual map. Let's keep that open if we can. Alright. Are we in trouble again? No, not really. How about just a final check down here? Alright, it's not building up. Okay, it's building up in this chunk, but not in any chunk next to the biters. Okay, that is good. This should all still be stable. There is no reason. This could be spreading to here, but probably slow enough that it dissipates by itself as well. This is going down. It started at 2.2 to 2.5. It's now at 1.8. Success. This is stable. Okay, all is stable then. Okay, I suppose we just start with finding where all our stone is. I did not really categorize that in my list. It was never part of the plan. Okay, this is not stone. That is not stone. We've got like a little bit up here. Ooh. How much even does fit on there? There's one belt, I suppose. That could be one belt. This might be enough for two belts. Oh. Let's put this on the bar. It's not actually that big. Okay, let's go optimistically. $68 miners, but a lot of them are like fake miners which have barely anything on them. 478, that doesn't count. Stuff like that. That could be two bells for a little bit though. So we got 3 bells up in the north. There is no stone there either. That was nothing. 3 belts of stone in the north. Nothing on this side. Let's look on the left side as well a bit. There was nothing on the left side either. Here are some patches. 1, 2. Oh, that's a big one. But we already are polluting this area with the iron mine. I'm not sure we can take the pollution of the stone mine on top. We might, this is a big patch, but we cannot really extract too much from it because of this iron mine. There's one over here with biters pretty close by without a lot of forests. There's one over here with biters pretty close by with slightly more forests, maybe. Biters even more close by, but a bit more forest. These are pretty sizable patches though. Those will probably fit 2 belts as well. There's one over here. This is very good. But the size limits this to probably like 2 belts as well. We don't really have radar vision at the moment. Yes. 12, 24, 36, 48, 60. Yeah, it's 2 belts as well. So 2 belts. Probably 1 belt. Maybe 2 belts. Maybe 1.5. Let's say 1.5, 1.5 is 5. This is going to be a pain. That could probably be a belt. That's 6. If we can take 2 belts of here, that's 8. That is enough for 720 signs a minute. Just from the south. Juicy stone patch just out of reach. 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 I did not really claim a lot of stone, did I? I mean, it's always possible to belt some of this northern stone to the south if we really need to. I feel though we might be able to get away with 720 signs a minute. If not right off the bat, then at least after we unlock some laser stuff. But do we really need to then? If we're gonna research rocket silo, that is a lot of science specs. 300, 600. What else? Concrete. 850, and then this one has, let's say, 2 million science specs really. While damage upgrade 3 and 4, 700k, 1.1 million. I was thinking if we're going to be stashing up military science packs. Yeah, we're still going for the infrastructure to the laser plan. Build it right the first time. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to decide on. 720 is good, but it will take twice as long to build. Maybe not quite. Not quite, probably. Yeah, let's go 720. It will take 1.5 times as long to build than 360. It's going to be in the same locations. We just need to set up some more mines and connect it. Then before we really do that, we also got to find some locations for the other spots, namely coal and grenades and stuff. Suppose we'll... I think I have to reload again because I messed up the... I put a lot of stuff on the map. But first we go back one more time to the calculator. Where is it? It's over... Yeah. Okay, 720. It's already on 720, so that's good. That means 2 belts of copper flat for ammo and 4 belts of iron, 1 belt into 2 belts into steel, 2 belts into yellow ammo, basically. Let's round that up to 2 belts. So red ammo is 4 belts of iron, 2 belts of copper. And then grenades is 4 belts of coal, 2 belts of iron, yeah? Yeah. And then walls is 8 belts of stone. I cannot believe walls is the most expensive ingredient in military science if you think about it. 8 belts for walls, 6 for grenades, 6 for red ammo. I thought red ammo was the most expensive, but it's not. Alright, we can find it though. 4 belts of coal, 2 belts of iron, and then 1 space with 4 belts of iron, 2 belts of copper. Let's go back to the map. We're gonna scout it out a bit. So we do have quite a bit of patches left over here. This, ideally I would not take that because it's right in the green zone. It's actually not that great. There's only 3 white. This doesn't count. Not really. So we would be sacrificing like about 20 green chunks if we took that mine. Actually, we don't have that many minings up here anymore at all. We got this one. How is this one looking? That actually is only like 8 chunks sacrificed. But there's a great replacement mine for like green signs later on if we need to. The expansion chunk is literally on my blue signs area right here at the moment. I can get rid of those old tags right there. I'm gonna reload, so those are gonna reappear. We got quite a bit of coal up here though. This is neutralized. There's no pollution here. So that is a good point to go here after all. That could be grenades. That is definitely going to be 4 belts of coal. That looks way big enough. Let's just try to pop this thing on top of there, since we are doing stuff anyway. Yeah, it's right about there. Suppose we can... this is almost run out completely. We can take one of those if we really want. That's also green chunks though. Yeah, it's also green chunks. This coal patch is also green chunks. Yeah, we're gonna have to sacrifice a couple. There's no... nothing we can do about that, I don't think. This coal patch would be big enough. Right? Maybe we can take like 2 belts here, 2 belts here, or something like that. There's no expansion chunks here. I don't know how much coal we can take here though, because of these biters. This guy is actually in this chunk. So those are not too far away. 4 belts is a lot of belts. This is... we got a lot of forest here. That makes all the difference. Alright, so it's quite hard actually to find 4 belts of coal. I thought that would be easier. Without sacrificing too much in terms of green chunks. It would be easy to just smelt for grenades like on top of here. Yeah, I'm gonna put productivity modules in the science assemblers, but I'm gonna make sure they can process the full ingredients, the 720 science per minute ingredients. So we actually... Okay. YouTube chat just crashed. Apparently it's... I can restore it. I thought the entire stream just crashed. Man, so much weird stuff going on today. So yeah, we're gonna basically feed 720 science per minute into the science assemblers. We're gonna get the productivity bonus on top of that. We're gonna have 806 physical science packs on the belt going into the labs. That's only 10% less than... so yeah, maybe this is too big. If I do that to the 360 thing, we'll get 403 science per minute. Maybe that's enough then. Maybe we don't need to go so big. Two belts of iron from here, or maybe we just mine out this one. That is backup for red chips at the moment, but it could be dual purpose. We're just gonna sacrifice some chunks. We have plenty of landfill, we just need to make more chunks on the water to replenish those. That is something to do for when we are researching the military science packs, I suppose. So yeah, let's temporarily sacrifice the chunks. We're gonna go all out, 720 SPM. Let's do that. Coal 1, iron, that's gonna be grenades. Maybe this is gonna be grenades as well. That means we have nothing left really here. Got this copper, but that is really also pristine. Green chunks, I think. Not really. How about red ammo up here? 4 belts of iron. I don't think this is quite 4 belts of iron here. Let's scout around a bit more. We got this mine. Not sure we can really use that just yet. There's a pain to set up as well. We gotta have something fast, like this guy. And this guy. Okay, this is good. This is 2 iron patches. That is 4. Oh, there's copper nearby as well. Okay, red ammo area confirmed. 4 belts of iron, 2 belts of copper, lots of forests, biters on a distance. I think that is good. How's green chunks here? No green chunks. Great. Now this guy is selected for expansion. It's working. It is working. Okay, so we got the red ammo. We've got grenades and we've got walls. A little bit disconnected. I suppose we'll just try to build the science assemblers for military science in the base somewhere. And if we just process, yeah, we can just make half a belt. I think it's half a belt, right? Half belt of ammo, half belt of grenades, 1 belt of walls, or 0.4 and 0.8, something to that degree. So technically we can make red ammo, we can make grenades, belt the red ammo all the way up, join it with grenades, belt that down into the base through the red chunk corridor where all the other belts are going. That's just 1 belt incoming. That goes to the science assemblers. And then the walls. 8 belts of stone is going to be converted into 0.8 belts of walls somewhere, somehow, also down here. Not going to get 8 belts of stone coming through here anymore. We're just going to have 1 belt of walls coming in, also to military science. I think we're going to do it something like that. Alright. We've got a plan. Just speed modules in the computer to get rid of the stream problems. Plenty of landfill. Yeah, military science was never on the agenda. I did not really sacrifice much stone to landfill. Only one patch really, and then this one patch which was under this expansion. 4, 6. Okay, this actually, it was my good stone patches here. 6 million stone. How much stone did we consume? Yeah, 8 million stone into landfill. Okay, that's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. Oh, we got some stone in the base here as well. There's again prime green chunk. Is it though? I think there's a bunch of green chunks here. Actually not that much, but we don't have any way out of this green zone. We need to make a 5 wide red corridor of red chunks to get out of there. That is not pretty. How is oil doing? 8.4k. Yeah, it's going up on that single oil source now, but quite slowly. How is this doing? 21k. It's depleting fast with our battery production. I suppose battery production is almost dead again. 0.6 left to feed. There's in these chests 6.3k iron. Okay, we got a plan. We got a plan. Let's see. What about the builds? The actual builds. 80 science assemblers. 24 for red ammo. That's just double. That's basically double what I had. I had a 360 science per minute set up early on. At least for red ammo. Grenades was only temporary, then we deconstructed it. 64 grenade assemblers. I guess it's going to be 4 times 16 to consume the 4 belts of coal. We can do the designs today and do the actual work in the next stream. And walls is just 8 assemblers. $64 grenade, 80 science assemblers though. It's going to be a bit more. Let's go back to the game. In order to process that, we are going to need 80 divided by 0.9. We're going to need basically 90 science assemblers. But those are going to be rare quality, so divide this by 1.6. That's 56. 56 military science assemblers. Right, I'm gonna reload and then we're gonna note all of those things down. Before I actually put a lot of ghost things on the map and whatnot. Let's first delete these things. Alright, so what we need rare science assemblers for military science. With rare productivity modules times 56. Probably somewhere over here. Then we have grenades up here. That is 4 times coal, 2 times iron. We have probably this patch over here and dispatch over here. If we need more, we can take dispatch or that one. We'll see. We'll just start with this one, see how that goes. We've got mining productivity 2, that's correct. We need not 120 miners, but only 112. Right. Red ammo was here, somewhere. Here. Red ammo. That was 4 times copper, 2 times iron, 1 into steel. No, wrong way, wrong way. 2 times copper, 4 times iron, 2 into steel. Which was then dispatch, dispatch, and dispatch. And then we had walls, oh god. Walls. 8 bells of stone. Just in the general southern area where all the stone patches were. Let's put it at this one. Alright, so let's say this is going to be 2 bells. Let's be optimistic. 2 bells. This is going to be 1 belt. There's just no chance that much more miners fit on there. Optimistically speaking, this is not. Optimistically speaking, 2 bells. Very optimistic. 2 bells. 2, 4, 6, 7, 9. Okay, we can be a bit less optimistic. This is 2 bells for sure. This might be 2 bells if the pollution holds up, which is a bit questionable. Well, it is located up here, so maybe most of the pollution will go in this area. Not too much will go through here. We can try. I would say probably this is going to be 1.5, and this is going to be 1.5. This is big enough for 2, but the proximity of the biters and the existing pollution will make this very hard. We might need to put back efficiency modules on these guys, which is unfortunate, but we gotta do it if we gotta do it. The good news is though, these nests are gonna be one of some of the easiest nests to take down, especially this one is quite tiny. This one is quite large, but only medium worms, so those don't pose much of resistance or distraction, not like behemoth worms do. I never built trains. I had an entire playthrough based around trains without the S, the ribbon world one. Right, so that's the plan. 720 signs a minute. For 720 SPM. There we go, that's the plan. We have a plan. Grenades was 64 assemblers. 64 AM commons. I'm not gonna waste the rare assemblers on assemblers which get the efficiency modules. Don't think that's worth it. This was. I can see what this is. It's basically twice this. So 24 for red ammo and 8 for yellow ammo. (24) red ammo AM, 8 yellow ammo AM. That's gonna annoy people. So let's do it like this. Yeah, that's basically all there is to it. Okay, 70% into mining productivity. We have started at least thinking about missing closing bracket. No. We have at least started thinking about military science. That's progress. That is progress. Okay, now we are safe. We're gonna spend the rest of the stream preparing for military science. We're not actually gonna do any building. We need how much belts do we need to kill? That's a lot. So 8 belts of stone and 6 and 6. That is 20 belts of resources times 30 miners per belt. It's 600 rare miners. I have 100. So that's not great. How many did we produce in total? I think it's time to make some rare mining drills. 1736. If I would want to make 2400, I would need 664. And I might not need much more after that, so I don't really want to overproduce that. Let's put that on our zone over here. Add 664 of those. There's a lot of resources. So I think it's quality time again. We're gonna have some quality time together. I'm just gonna have to collect my stuff again because we're gonna need more rare stuff. We should have a good bunch of rare stuff now. This is gonna require about 2000 green chips. We've got 1000 in here. I know how much we've got in here. I've wired these chests up for a reason. There's 2k in there. 2k in there. Alright, so we got 3k in total. We also want that power armor, finally, perhaps. That's 2.2k chips. And 3 is 5k chips. We will make the rest. We will just make the rest out of a copper wire. I'm done with waiting. We're gonna make the stuff that we deserve to have. Let's empty this out. How is this? Is this filling up already? That's filling up pretty hard. We're gonna have enough green chips for the laser turrets, that's for sure. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, that is decent as well. I think we need 2 or 3 chips for the copper cable though. Oh yeah, it's gonna be 3 chips for sure. That's all full. Second row. Okay, I thought that chest was full as well. It's almost full. Yeah, this quality area is really paying off, man. It's making all the stuff we need. All the quality stuff we need for the entire game. Maybe we don't really need uncommon laser turrets. Maybe normal ones would be fine as well. Just a little bit of extra range. That's actually not true. It's also 300 extra hit points on top of the 1000. That will allow them to survive for a lot longer, I suppose. Bit worried about Kould. All of these are running all the time. Looks like we are fine. It just goes up and down with the consumption of the night. It's nighttime again though. Okay, let's check then the last hour. Cowl. Oh, we're right up there still. Production tops out, but then it backs up. So looks like we're still okay. Those zigzags are becoming smaller and smaller though as more coal miners run out. So we don't have infinite time. Picked up the last copper cable, right? Yeah, I did. That is red chips and the what's it called? Steel. That's a lot of red chips as well. We might want to... Oh, we can do that here, it doesn't matter. Blue chips for armor and stuff, I guess we'll make them here. We won't lose the bit of bonus production there. And there's no way I'm gonna have enough space to bring all of this back. Okay, so we got like a bit remaining there, that's fine. Diagonal ribbon world space age run. Oh god. That sounds painful. Okay, steel. How much steel do we need? Not that much. The most important thing we need is 110 of these blue chips. So if we bring resources for 100, that should do it with the productivity bonus, I suppose. There's a lot of rats. If we want to make more uncommon modules, we can. That is for sure. Our main bottleneck is green chips, believe it or not. Right, so 100 blue chips is 2000 green chips. 200 red chips. Let's go set that up. We're gonna get that running armor. Before we start running all over the map, let's get the running armor. Blue chips for running armor. That's gonna be such a nice upgrade. We can just quickly switch and we can just zip along to the other side of the base. I will be so fast I won't be able to get precisely on top of this belt anymore. Alright, half in here, half in there. And we'll just let this rip. Right, this is going to be limited by... Just going to borrow that. It's probably still going to be limited. Maybe not. Right, now we got double installers. Alright, so that has to complete like 50 products or so. At the speed of one product. That's fine. We have plenty of finicking around to do. Yeah, I think gun turrets with ammo, they're not going to be fast enough to insert the ammo into the turrets. Not at the rate at which we are going to be shooting. It's going to be insane. And we're going to lose a lot of them as well. I might downgrade to uncommon bots for that occasion. Did we still make some electric engines somewhere? I think we already prepared all of those. I'm positive. Let's just go look. We did that last stream. Yeah, that is all the stuff we need. Of course, we're like one short or so of a bonus trigger, but so be it. Those are preliminary, mostly for the exoskeletons. They require 30 rare electric engines a pop. The power armor itself is like 20 or 40 or something in that regard. 20. Are you going to use qualities modules for grenades, walls and red ammos? No, we're going to use efficiency modules so it doesn't pollute too much or use too much power. Don't have that much extra power at the moment. I don't really see the value in the extra 2% science or something. There's a huge cost for 2% extra science. I thought you made a running armor last week. No, we experimented with it, but it was too expensive at the moment to make. Since we had some blue chips remaining, but the other one it would cost us over 2,000 green chips, and we had about 100, so we were just not rich enough really. Now we're just gonna do it. Think. What was I doing? This stuff. We need how much? 7 more legs, 210 electric engines for those. And 20 for... 20 for the armor. Right, and then we've got 100 remaining for bot frames, I suppose. Could make some bot frames as well. It's going to be a slow process. And we would want productivity modules in there then for sure. The other ingredient is exoskeletons. Steel, 20 a pop, 10 blue chips. Got it in here, 140 steel, that's cheap at this point. Right, that is for the legs. And then 70 blue chips. And the power armor also was steel, right? 40 steel, right. And 40 blue chips. Those probably are still running. And we've got enough to make the power armor. We also need some batteries, I forgot about those. Rare ones. We're gonna hand make those. 40. 40 for the batteries, that's it. I suppose if we want to make more bot frames, we need more. We've got 40 right here. Hey, past Mike saw the head apparently. Alright. That's good. We can make those right now. Just toss some steel in there. That should be good. We would need batteries for bot frames as well though, so I didn't think I had that much. I thought I was going to set up battery production with quality modules, but in the end I didn't, because we need so few batteries for anything else. So should I make 100 more batteries? I probably should. This was like a stack of these things. It's absolutely free. We're going to grab the blue chips, because our armor is ready and we can start charging up the batteries in the armor at least. Yeah, it's so cheap I even put efficiency models in there. Oh look, I still have some. That's good, I suppose. We'll grab those as well. Put in one assemble for green quality signs, but 41 for regular quality. I suppose that assumes perfect distribution, which you're not guaranteed. I suppose belt buffers can catch a lot of that, but yeah. Productivity is just so much easier in terms of setting it up without the potential for gridlocks compared to quality, man. Alright, this could be our first exoskeleton right there. This is going to be our power armor. Another rare one. There we go. Finally. Finally. Another one of these. We're gonna need to make a lot of solar panels actually. Those are not on the list, are they? I think I know they are on the list. 31 apparently. Batteries are done. Ding! It's ready. We can just put the batteries in straight in the output slot. There we go. I suppose we'll borrow my own solar panels for now. So I can start charging them up. I won't have bots available for a while. That's okay. I should pick up default walking speed. So cute. So annoying. We should grab those now. Those are going to be in there. Right. Ooh, that's already faster than we were. With the tree. Just going to prioritize charging up the batteries a bit. I have 2 legs already. We need 50 more blue chips. And we're out of iron for sulfuric acid. That is why I wanted to build it at the battery setup, now I remember, because that has automated iron. Yeah, we only need to do this once, you know, once. Okay, it's gonna go in there. Belt as well. Oh, that's already a decent speed, man. There we go. Suppose we'll take this then. Now that we hear anyway. How is the batteries doing? Another 10k already. Alright, maybe we'll be able to set up sufficient solar then. Some extra overflows, but no space to put it anywhere. Okay then, I suppose we can just start making exoskeletons. We can make 3 already, then we have 6 in total. Then we only need 2 more, right? And 2 in my other armor, that's correct. We're gonna have 6 out of the 8 legs. That's probably the configuration I'm mostly gonna be using. 16 solar panels with 6 legs. So we charge up the batteries also as we are walking. It's night now, so we are not charging up anything. That's a cool sound. Alright. Are you ready for our new speed? I'm not even gonna walk on the belt. I'm gonna, for the effect, I'm gonna walk on the opposite belt. Still on concrete or like on stone part though, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, sprint. Whoa, yeah, that is good that we got that for ourselves, man. Like I predicted, I'm too fast to accurately position myself on the belt now. That is that is zippy. That is zippy. That was a good choice. Right, now we just need 2 more exoskeletons for the other one. And we need to make, apparently, I calculate, I'm gonna trust past Mike. We did the batteries. We did the power armor. We are doing these. We have... yeah, this is in process. We just need to wait for the chips. We need to make 31 solar panels. If I remember correctly, and the stats reflect that, I got 1 in a chest over here. But the other 30 we've got to make. Alright, I'm just gonna make that one right now. Then I just need to make 30. So this, 2 red chips, and 5 steel. Alright, and in the edit I'm just gonna pretend I needed only 30. What about that? No quality gamble on the legs. There is no gamble if we are just making rare quality. Because epic quality is not unlocked. And won't be for a very long time. Okay, so now let's be a little bit less fast. We want the... stack of steel. Are these done? It looks like they're done. 20 and 19. But this one is still crafting. Okay, they're both still crafting. They're done though. Let's quickly go and pick them up. Emphasis on quickly. Done and done. Done and done. Alright. I will grab the chips because now we're gonna need them. Might have a couple more rares in there now. 138, that's not bad. But we have been struggling for those all game long so far. Alright, so this we're gonna put the power armor on there. The exoskeletons are all gonna be in the armor at all times. Now we can make the other exos. I think I only need 1 clip of me making some exos. Gotta take this out. 1 blue chip left over. made 6 right now. There's 6 armor, there's 3 here. 1, 2. Oh, I need to make 1 more then. That is to unlock the full speed. Like if you're under attack or something from the other side of the base again, now we can run there a heck of a lot faster. I want to test the full speed as well. Alright, are you ready? I think we're gonna run past the Johnnies. We're gonna be so fast they won't even have time to shoot at us. Let's go. Emergency speed activated. 3, 2, 1, sprint. Not a chance, Johnnies. They are too slow. Too slow to shoot at us. Look at that. Man, this feels better than unlocking Steel Axe for sure. Let's zip through the Johnnies once more. Hey, Johnnies. Nope. It's too fast for you. Alright, that is good stuff. We have 1 blue chip left over. So we can have another chest with an item. This is way too fast though. We need to charge up as well. So I suppose we'll just throw those in the trash slots for now. With the rest of our emergency supplies. We're gonna make those bots, I think. They are over here. That would require... Oh, another 100 batteries. I effed up. F-ups are not as bad anymore if you can just run at this speed. But just basically are teleporting to the other side of the base. This, of course, you realize this just gives me more excuses to do inventory transfers over large distances now. This is not a good thing, this running armor, if you saw that. We need a stack of steel for those bots. And we're gonna need a stack and a half of circuits. 3 stacks of circuits. Okay, we're not gonna invest those right now. We need to make solar panels. 30 pieces. That is going to be 3 stacks of steel, 60 reds, and then 450 greens. Alright, the other stack and a half of steel is for the portable solar panels. Of course, I selected the wrong quality because what else is new? Click. Copper, click, 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 and click, 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 click. And copper. Those can get started. Click. Then we need the portable ones. Put in the armor, also rare. That is gonna be a stack and a half of steel. 20 red chips per piece. And then we'll just put in the solar panels as they become available. Alright. That should leave us with a lot of power. Okay, so this armor is complete. Still charging up the batteries. Here we just gotta put back the solar panels, then this one will be complete as well. We are left with 650 of those. Alright, I was planning to make the mining drills in rare quality as well. All 664 of them. I think we're gonna do 264 plus 400 later. I don't really want to spend... I don't want to spend these just yet. I wanna hoard them. Alright. 264, that's basically 14 mining drills, which is 42 chips. Wait, are mining drills 5 chips? No, 3. Alright, so let's do this one first, then we can make 250 after that. Stop grabbing from a random chest. You nitwit. Alright, producing them directly, man. That's all the solar panels done as well. Batteries are almost full. Right. So this is going to be the configuration for the running armor. Switch. Now we have our other armor. Now we're going to have 20 extra solar panels if everything is calculated correctly. Or 16. Looks like 16. Oh yeah, 16. So we can change those 2 legs for extra solar panels to charge up this armor. We can change these 2 legs for 16 extra solar panels to charge up this armor. It's perfect. Nice. One more stack of non-random iron in here. Alright, so now we have produced 2000 normal ones, 24,000 uncommon ones, 1750 rare ones. We're going to do 250 more, and then we'll be ready to set up at least one of the 3 military science outposts, and by the time we're back we can just collect the green chips from this area every time to make the next batch of mining drills. Instead of spending the copper cable, which might as well be used for like quality beacons later on. Or quality power lines, or you never know. Just a lot of quality stuff. And I don't know what I need. Yeah, we're not doing military science. We had a brief moment of doing military science. I was, should have a pretty good 10-hour graph now of science. There's like a small dip or 2 in there, but... That's like a power dip, I think. The accidental power dip. Oh, this is the old SPM still, before we changed to 1K. From here we've been doing 1K unless we were out of power. Pretty dang impressive. Exactly to the last digit. 60,000 signs a minute. 60,000 signs an hour. I wish a minute. Alright. So now we make 250 drills. That means now it's big business time. It means 2.5k iron. That is cheap. 1250 gears. Nothing new there. Looks like we're going to be using 25 assemblers in that case. Except no, because I won't have enough chips to go around. We need 750. Let's Hail Mary that we've got 137 in these chests. 75. That is close enough. We'll make a couple to get to the nice round numbers. We need 61. Right, mining drills. I'm gonna have eight assemblers. We're gonna do 8 assemblers. That's just the way it is. And we'll just have to recombine it a bit. Of course I grabbed it from this chest, didn't I? I know that's the correct chest. Yeah, I should not touch that. Right. We've got our things. Just roughly divide that and just keep adding these gears and iron until it's done. 2k rare miners. That will get us started on the military science adventure. With some good old Hendrix hand feeding action. I want to upgrade these assemblers to the rare ones as well, man, but that costs another 500 green chips. In due time we'll do that. Now we just have to wait a bit longer. Yeah, military science is going pretty well, I agree. I already know how I'm gonna build it. Like I said, when mining productivity is almost finished, we will have almost started doing military science. Exactly according to plan. No production on rare greens, yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should have done that, but no. Laziness. Alright, we're not gonna do those bot frames now. We have the electric engines in stock though. Let's just put this back. I don't intend to lose bots anytime soon. Steel is doing nicely. Alright, now this will probably run out and then we have to just recombine a bit. Mix and match. Alright, so these two are done. Suppose we'll make the rest in this thing over here. And once these are done, claim the green chips. That should be perfect. Should end up at 250 drills then. I have a lot of quality iron and copper cable, that is true. We even have a lot of quality copper, which I don't have any idea what I'm gonna do with. Okay, 250 drills, that should be 2000 on the spot. Alright, not enough for military science just yet, so we need to make 400 more next time. After the first station for military science has been set up. But now I've got in stock like 405 drills. That should be enough for like 12 bells of resources. I can set up 2/3 of military science with that already. So that's probably Alright. Where did these power poles come from? I think I know. Okay, we are done with this chest. Our shopping list is complete. Click, click, click. And even click. Suppose we can keep that one. Thanks, hey, obsolete. Thanks for the half year of subscriptions, man. Level 3. Right. I think it's starting to be time to knit an end to the stream, as we like to say in Dutch. It doesn't really make sense. But that's how we say it. We did a lot of mining productivity research today. We did a lot of thinking about military science, a lot of talking about military science. Not so much building of military science. But you know, you can't have it all. But we are well prepared to go and set up military science in the next stream. It's probably going to be next Friday again. And next Sunday. It's probably not going to be all done on Friday. Friday is a short one. Thanks Chief Justice as well for the full year of subscriptions. Right, so now we cannot lose any more time since I made the end of stream save. So what's up then for next time? I suppose we'll start off building one of the sections. Maybe I should start off with stone walls, since that is the most critical resource. If I cannot produce 8 belts of walls, I either have to stash them in chests and feed them out again. Just getting a head start on production, that might be the good idea to do. First the walls, even if I produce like 7 or 6 belts of stone. By the time I've set up both red ammo and grenades, I will have stashed tens of thousands of walls, so we can keep producing military science at the full speed for quite a while. Hopefully until we need to clear out some of these biters, and then we can start adding to production, I suppose. There's more stone patches down here. There's a really good one over here. I think there's big biters down here already. Maybe not, maybe this is still medium. There's a label for big biters on this one. And this one. So probably this is all medium biters. Okay, these are expansions, so that might be behemoths in there, but it's small. This nest we could not take with gun turrets in the early game, so... Well, maybe it was just not worth it. I never put mining drills on this copper patch, since I thought there's no way we're going to be able to take this base, so... Lots of things have changed since the beginning of the stream, or since the beginning of the playthrough. Well, that's how it goes when you pioneer your way through a certain idea. You keep discovering new stuff. Looks like pollution has not returned to the front edge of these bases, despite us continuing on the path over here. So it looks like these efficiency modules have worked, reducing the pollution a bit. Barely enough to not get attacked on that front anymore. We have spent our game lets us know that we're getting attack. That we're getting an attack card. That card has been played. It is gone. The next one we'll only notice when they are breaking our stuff. So we'll have less time to react. Oil is good again. It's going up. 8.5k. Soon it's going down again, but at 8k, the second oil source will jump in. And that will keep it topped off for a long time. And once that one is dead, the third oil source will join in, which is a very rich one. So that's probably going to be enough until rocket silo, I imagine. We don't need to worry about that anymore. You have to see if green science keeps having compressed belts. I imagine it does now. We have 2 belts added, one from far away and one from here since we reactivated that. Getting a little bit less quality ore, but that's fine. How's the production of accumulators going? I think it has stopped now. Yeah, that is finished. We've got 129 rare ones out of the 4,000 we produced. Yeah, I'll do some more thinking about the energy situation. We might just go for a second solar field somewhere else. I'll just scout around a bit. There's probably some suitable space for it. Oh, thanks Chief Justice as well. Oh no, I already mentioned it, but thanks anyway for the 12 months. Thought I missed something again. Yeah, military science is great. A whole 78%. That's a lot, man. This is the biggest technology so far. We were supposed to set up military science during the 8 hours it takes to research this technology. So obviously we've got about 0% of the assemblers, 0% of the mining drills, 0% of the rest of the infrastructure place, but we did a lot of thinking. We know where everything is supposed to go, right? That is worth something. That is worth something. Alright, yeah, it is quite easy though, because we have exactly 1000 signs per minute, quite reliably. It is quite easy to calculate how long texts take. Basically take how much signs it takes and divide it by 60, so that's exactly 8 hours and 20 minutes for mining productivity too. Right. Look, no, I lied. We did build military science stuff, do you see? A good start. A good start is half the job done. That is how we say it in the Netherlands. So, with that I'm going to leave you. Thanks everybody for watching, and I will see you all next time.